Good morning and welcome to the Committee of Adjustment for Toronto and East York. A word about our jurisdiction, etc. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. And just in terms of what the committee does, so the committee considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that applies to property. Also, we can give permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses. And finally, we consider applications for consent to sever property to create new lots. Before we go any further, we want to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. All right, we have a bit of a lengthy introduction, but stay with us, it's important. So Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and they have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. So we ask that you mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those who are participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You'll only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you'll be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadlines. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panel if you fail to respect that instruction. A word about copies of the decisions of the committee today. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must fill out a decision request card. And those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act about 18 months ago and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the committee. And appeal instructions are always set out at the bottom of the decision of the Committee of Adjustment. Now, just a word on hearing procedure this morning. I'm going to call each item on the agenda in order, but we'll deal with that in a minute. In making your submissions, where an application is uncontested, so no one is opposing, the agent or the applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Thus is important, each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll comment when you're reaching that limit. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at this hearing. When addressing the committee, please state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application before us. The applicant or the agent of the applicant will proceed first and will make a presentation to committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if it's substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those who are entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those who are participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. Then when all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that have been raised by the speakers. That'll mark the end of the discussion, and at that point the committee will take it into themselves for discussion and decision. All right, now I understand, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, that there are minutes from prior meetings in February?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, so the minutes from February the 14th, 2024, as well as the minutes from February the 21st, 2024 can be adopted today. So we'll need a motion.
Yes, thank you very much. The minutes have been confirmed. All right, can I, yes, Mr. Reid, go ahead.
I move we accept the minutes.
So Dylan Reid.
Is there a seconder for that motion then to adopt the minutes?
I can second that.
Peter Reid.
Peter Reid, yes. All right, all in favor then on that motion? Okay, that's passed. Those minutes are adopted. Members, I also have to ask you if you have any declarations of interest this morning or any conflicts. I'm looking over.
No.
See none? Okay, thank you. Again, Madam Secretary Treasurer, do we have any deferral requests and do we have any closed files to deal with?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no files to be closed this morning. See no deferral requests from agents this morning.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Through you, Mr. Chair, before we get into our operational change for this morning, we're just gonna hold for 2 minutes so that we can get you on video, okay?
Yes, okay. Well, once in a while, we always have a technical issue. Hopefully, it will not be too long. We'll get right, we'll get into the agenda. Sure. I had done this earlier, but it, 200, yeah. Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, great.
Great, yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we will be piloting an operational change at our meeting this morning. We will now begin with the review of the agenda. To ensure a fair and timely hearing, we will review the agenda to determine which applications can be dealt with immediately and which applications have individuals other than the applicant agent that wish to address the committee. We will call each item in order listed on the agenda and will ask for individuals to identify themselves. If there are people in interest, the matter will be held until all non-contested applications have been dealt with. If there are no people in interest, the item will be called in order of the agenda for non-contested applications. So we will begin with item number 1, 40 NASMITH Avenue. There are registered speakers for this item, so this item will be held for further discussion. Item number 2, 245, 251, 257 Queen Street East, and 348, 354 Richmond East. There are speakers, so we will hold this item.
All right.
Item number 3 is 68 Clendenan Avenue. I do not see any registered speakers. I look to the members. Do you need a presentation? Okay, so we will get the applicant online. And through you, Mr. Chair, you can read the purpose of application
Yes.
and the list of materials for this item.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Gural?
Hello?
Okay, so just give us a minute, okay?
Yes, hello?
Yeah, just give us a
Okay.
minute.
All right,
Okay.
just in connection with this agenda item number 3, the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear ground floor deck. And committee has in front of it copies of survey and site plan and floor plans, one photograph of the rear wall of the subject property, and we have 2 other photographs of the subject property. All right.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there are no registered speakers for this item. If-
Members, do you have comments or questions? All right. Then I'm going to entertain a motion if one would like to put one forward on this matter. Number on 60 Clendenan Avenue. Yes, here.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to put forward a motion. There's only one variance before us, and it's related to the deck location, and it's a common situation in this neighborhood, including immediately adjacent. And I can see no negative impacts of improving it, so I move approval without condition.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second.
Yes. All right, all in favor of that motion? All right. Okay. So with respect to number 3, then you have your approval.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll continue. Item number 4, 23 Lindsay Avenue. There are registered speakers for this item, so we will hold the item.
Okay.
Item number 5, 40 High Park Avenue. I do not see any registered speakers. Do the members need a presentation?
No.
Okay, so we can move into this item.
Okay. So in connection with 40 High Park Ave, purpose of the application is to alter the existing 20-story apartment building by converting the staff meeting room into one residential dwelling unit. Also to reduce the indoor and outdoor residential amenity spaces and bicycle parking spaces. There'll be a total of 330 residential dwelling units in this building. Committee has before it a copy of plan survey, site plan, floor plans. We have 5 photographs of trees on the property. We note an earlier decision of Committee of Adjustment in 2016. And in terms of comments from agencies, et cetera, we have a staff report from the development coordinator in Toronto Transit Commission. So that's what we have
Okay,
there.
at this time, we will unmute the applicant.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sia Zanjani. I'm the architect and the applicant, the agent for this application.
Yes, thank you very much. Again, members, are there any comments or questions for this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we
Yes.
would like to make a small modification to item number 2. We've had discussions with staff, and they would like us to add the bicycle parking, which we agreed to, so that variance is no longer needed, so we can go ahead and delete the second variance for
Thanks, I'm just calling
one
that out.
bicycle
So
parking.
just a second, yeah. No, I've got, high parking. Yeah, thank you, sir, with you here. So yes, I see that variance two related to, yeah, bicycle parking space. And that variance is no longer needed or requested, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Members, any need for discussion, or we want to move to a motion? Fine. Mr. Reed?
Yeah, I just want to say we actually saw a same thing for a different building in the same complex earlier this month.
I see.
And it was well explained, so I'm pretty satisfied with this. And I'm
Very
actually
good.
very pleased to see that the bicycle parking space has been restored. That's great.
Perfect.
So I move that we accept this the one variance, and this application as amended.
Yes, is there a seconder for that motion then, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a quick question. I noticed that there's some recommendations from a TTC staff report.
Oh, yeah, there's TTC conditions, thanks. Yes, with the TTC conditions.
All right.
Thanks for the reminder.
No problem.
So, all right, so this is a motion then on the amended application for 40 High Park Avenue. And a motion then is to approve with the TTC conditions.
I'll second that.
Second that, all right. All in favor then, we can deal with this? Great, that seems to be unanimous and approved, so.
Thank
Your
you.
approval, sir.
Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll continue. Item
Yes.
number 6, 104 Campbell Avenue. I do not see any registered speakers. Members, do you require a presentation? See none, then we can go into this item.
All right, this relates to 104 Campbell Avenue, and the purpose is to legalize and maintain the rear ground level addition, enclosed basement walkout entrance, and the above rear second floor walkout deck that were constructed without an authorized building permit. Committee has before it the following communications: a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, a revised site plan subdivision came in, 5 photographs of the subject property, in order to comply, affecting the property, of course, relating to the building permit. And in terms of the comments from agencies, we have a staff report from the Director of Community Planning. We have an advisory report from simply really a third-party projects review, an advisory report from Metrolinx. All right,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the agent at this time.
thank you. Yes.
Yes, very good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Nelson Spinola here from 1726 St. Clair Avenue West.
Thanks very much. Members, in respect to this application, are there comments or questions? And your chair is just going to get to his own notes here for a minute.
I have one comment
One comment, yes.
for the applicant. So the city staff made a recommendation that certain things be done with regard to opaque privacy screening, improving the rear yard, and completing the work substantially in accordance with the documents. Have you seen this correspondence?
Yes,
And are you willing to comply with that?
yes, we are, yeah.
Okay, good.
No other comments?
Mr. Gogan, then do you care to bring a motion forward then on this?
Sure.
this application?
First of all, just make the note that we don't condone work being done in the absence of proper approvals with the City of Toronto.
Yes, good point.
And that looks like the applicant will agree to the proposed recommendations by city staff with regard to improvements that are required, as well as complying with the submitted plans. There is a Metrolinx advisory report as well, but I don't think.
Usually relating just to a
Just
sort of a
related.
warning.
So,
as to-
I recommend we approve this application based with the inclusion of planning staff's recommendations to be included in the approval.
All right, is there a seconder then for that motion with that condition? Yes. All right, motion is seconded. All right, Sorry, all in favor of that motion then? All right,
I got a dissent on this.
so one dissent,
Okay,
okay.
so Member Ellison dissents.
Allison says yes, okay.
Okay,
All right,
through
good.
you, Mr. Chair, we'll
Yes.
move on to item number 7,
Yeah.
137 PARKMOUNT Road. I do not see any registered speakers on this item. Members, do you need a presentation? See none? Then we can move into this item.
All right, application 7, the purpose of the application then is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition, also to partially demolish the existing one-story enclosed porch, and to construct a new ground floor porch with stairs. The existing ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear yard, will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has plans and surveys, and also we have received 2 photographs of the property.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Thank you. Hello, good morning.
Evan? Evan, we're going to unmute you at this time. Can you say something? Hello?
Hi, agent for 137 PARKMOUNT Road. Are you present or online? Okay, I'm seeing nothing. What do you think we should?
Should we try and
Should
call
we
her?
proceed to the next one? And
We're going to just try one more time.
Sure.
Hello, Evan, you've been unmuted. Can you try saying something? No? Okay, so we'll hold this item until we can contact the applicant. Okay, moving along. Item number 8, 191 St. Claren's Avenue. I do not see any registered speakers for this item. Members, do you need a presentation? See none, so we can move forward with this application.
All right, this relates to application number 8, 191 St. Claren's Avenue. The purpose is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-story addition. Also, to construct a new one-story ancillary building, a detached garage, in the rear yard abutting the laneway. Committee has the following communications: again, a plan of survey, site plan, and elevations, a revised site plan, 4 photographs of the property, and 1 photograph of a tree on the subject property. In terms of commenting agencies, departments, etc., we have a staff report from the Manager of Development Planning and Review from Transportation Services. And we note that there are 3 form letters in support from different addresses on St. Claren's Ave.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah,
Sir?
my name is Abu. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, do you want to address just very briefly to the committee and about your... Yeah.
If you would like, I can do that. I can make it short as well.
That would be
but-
great. Short is good.
Yeah, okay. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Abu Bakr. I'm the applicant, and on behalf of the owner, we have 2 variances. The first one is we are extending the 3rd floor. We have an extension of to the 3rd floor, about 19 feet, which will increase the FSI. The permitted FSI for addition to the rear semi-detached house erected before 1953 is 0.69, and based on the existing building plus the proposing, the FSI will goes to 1.04. So that's my first variance. The second one is about the garage height. We got the permit for the garage in 2015. I think just something maybe happened during construction. The height increased about 6 centimeters from 4 meter as a maximum to 4.06 meter, which I believe is minor nature. As you mentioned earlier, we have 3 supportive letter. One from the neighbor, the detached neighbor, that 189 St. Clair, which already had the extension on the 3rd floor, so we are just doing the same. And also we have other 2 supportive letter from 193 and 194 St. Clair. That's all.
All right, thank you, sir. Have you seen the report from Transportation Services? Essentially, they're asking that the applicant will enter into an encroachment agreement with that department for the city. Have you seen that?
Yes, I saw that one. It seems to be that the action or there is a condition here, yeah, the applicant to enter the encroachment. Yeah, we will contact them for sure.
All right, thank you, sir. Members, yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Does the purpose of the application have to be updated to acknowledge that the garage is an as-built?
Yeah. To be shown as an existing, you mean?
Through you,
Yeah,
Mr.
so we're not
Chair,
constructing this.
through you, Mr. Chair, we can amend the purpose to read also to permit a new.
Yeah, I don't want to create a recirculation issue, but.
No, we can say to permit.
Yeah.
And then
All
this
right,
would be an amended application.
Right. Members, then, consider putting forward a motion. It's an amended application and of that condition of transportation services. It seems to be on the table. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion. The built form that's being proposed in the addition to the house is very minor in its impacts. Like it's within the existing footprint and even set back further towards the street. So the impacts of that and the FSI that comes with that are very minor in my opinion. And in relation to the garage, that 6 centimeters is, I can understand that being an honest mistake with negligible impact. So I move approval of the application with the amended purpose and subject to the condition of transportation.
Yes.
I support the comments of my colleague, Mr. Reed. I'll second that.
Mr. Allison, thank you. All right, seconded. All in favor then of that? Thank you. All right, approved, Sarah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to item number 9, 1235 and 1255 Bay Street. I do not see any registered speakers. Members, do you need a presentation? Yes? Okay, then we will hold this item for further discussion. Item number 1059 Perth Avenue. I do not see any registered speakers. Members, do you need a presentation? See none? Then we can move forward with this application. I will ask Duncan Patterson to come up to the podium. He is the agent speaking on this item.
Yes, just as he does, I'd state the purpose of this application for 59 the Perth Avenue is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a partial 3rd-story addition within the attic. A rear 2-story addition with a 2nd-story balcony and a rooftop deck access from the third story. There'll be 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. Again, in terms of what committee has before, it includes a plan survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations. We have 1 photograph of the subject property. We have a research letter from Duncan Patterson Architecture. In terms of commenting agencies, we have the staff report from Community Planning and an advisory report from Metrolinx. And we also note then that they're in support, 4 form letters in support from several streets, and there is a 13 signature petition in support, signed by owners or occupants of a number of addresses on Sterling Road and on Perth Avenue. All right. All right, do we have the agent then?
Hi, I'm Duncan Patterson, architect and agent.
Right. Nice to see someone in presence.
I'm here.
Very good. members, are any comments or questions on this application? All right, seeing none. Sure, you're familiar with the report from community planning, and you're in agreement with that? Yes, okay. All right, glad to entertain a motion on this application. Yes, Mr. Reed?
I'd like to move to accept this, to approve these variances. It seems like a really, a very useful addition and restoration of a house in a very desirable location, providing 2 units, which is really very much aligned with the city policy. And it's very thoughtful. I thought it was a very thoughtful plan. So I move that we approve these variances with the planning conditions and with the 1 Metrolinx warning condition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the community planning condition.
Oh, community planning
Metrolinx
condition.
is, oh, yeah, the warning.
And then there's the Metrolinx. Yeah, so I
The
said the
warning
community
condition,
planning
yeah,
condition
okay.
and also the Metrolinx one.
Yes.
Also, oh, sorry, I also wanted to commend the applicant for getting support from neighbors and other people in the area. That's very helpful.
Thank you, good. All right, is there a seconder for that motion? Yes.
I'll second it with a comment as well. One thing I'd also add is it's a very legible application. It's very easy to understand what they're being asked for. The graphics are very good, so it makes our job easier, so thank you for that.
Okay, all in favor then of that motion, the condition, okay? You have your approval, sir, and thank you for the good work on this, great.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll continue. Item number 11, 140 Chiltern Hill Road. There is a registered speaker, so we will hold this item for further discussion. Item number 12, 1438 Queen Street West. There is a registered speaker. We will hold this item. Item number 13, 18 Beresford Avenue, registered speaker. We will hold this item. Item number 14, 65 ROWANWOOD Avenue, registered speaker. We will hold this item. Item number 15, 21 SCARTH Road. There are registered speakers, so we will hold this item.
Thank you.
And item number 16, 109 LANKIN Boulevard. There are registered speakers. We will hold this item. So for the public record, we have held item number 1, number 2, number 4, number 7, number 9, number 11, number 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. So now we will proceed with item number 1.
Yes, this relates to 40 NASMITH Avenue, Toronto. Just give me a moment here. So with respect to 40 NASMITH Avenue, the purpose then is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing 1- and 2-story rear additions with an unfinished basement, as well as a rear ground floor deck with stairs. Committee has the following material before to gain a copy of the plan survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations. We have a photograph of a tree. We have comparables prepared by Dan Hutchison as agent. In terms of commenting agencies, we have a staff report essentially from the heritage section of city planning. And we have numerous people in opposition, about 10 or 11 persons in opposition. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We do have 1 speaker in support online, and then we have 7 speakers in opposition. Some are here in person and some are online. So we will start with the agent.
Can you hear me?
Just a
Yes.
little bit louder.
Can you hear me?
Yes, just a little louder, please.
I'll try talking even louder. How about now?
Sounds better.
Okay, I'll use my big voice. My name's Dan Hutchinson. I'm the applicant. May I begin? Oh, the timer's going. Okay. The exterior platform encroaching into the rear yard setback. That wasn't even something we wanted. that was actually pointed out to me by our examiner that I need that landing in order to have stairs into the backyard. So that's the only reason that's even there. It's not for living space, it's just to be a landing for the stairs. As for the stairs encroaching into the rear yard, we just wanted access to the backyard from the main house, and that's the only place we could have it. And getting out from the side of the house is not really feasible because of the right of way that we would be encroaching into. The required parking spaces, all of the shared driveways on that block, bar one, are not accessible. So we don't feel we're asking for anything unusual in this neighborhood. The big reason we're here is because of the minimum rear yard setback. We did try our best to design renovations without needing to do that encroachment. We did do designs where we tried to do a 2-story rear addition that met the setback requirements and enclose our front porch. Unfortunately, the heritage people just were not open to it. Even though there's several properties on the street that have enclosed front porches, we just weren't able to convince heritage to give us that. We needed the floor space, it's living space. It's not a lot of living space. It's only 689 square feet on that main floor. And we're trying our best to incorporate as much as we can into that. There's nothing excessive. My client was hoping to get a home office down there that maybe in the future could be a bedroom when accessibility becomes an issue for her to the second floor. We didn't really consider going down into the basement because of the lack of light and because of the limited stair access to it. So really what we're asking you for here is to give us the same amount of space in the backyard that heritage wouldn't allow us to have in the front yard. That's the crux of our argument. We just want what other houses on the street already have, that square footage.
All right, just with respect to the variances, just wanted to ask a bit to hear. So you're not meeting, you can't meet the setback, rear setback of 7.5 meters. So you're indicating that those additions would be located to 5.41 meters from the lot line. And
I'm just looking at the plan in front of me, sir.
okay.
Yeah, the 2-story portion of the addition falls within the allowable. It's only that last 2.134 meters of extension that breaks into the rear yard setback.
Members, do you have any comments or questions for this, for the applicant? Yes.
Just so I understand correctly, the key thing here is that extra first floor addition, right?
Yes.
The proposed second story addition is within the limits. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Quick question for the applicant. With respect to the rear yard setback, I recognize that a lot of these homes are all built at the same time, in the same block. Is there an example perhaps of another home or within the block that is afforded the same rear yard setback?
I don't think there is, for the simple reason the other houses on the block, and there were 3 of them, 22, 10, and 8, that have additions at the front and the rear, were done before this neighborhood was deemed as heritage. Ours is just an unfortunate timing issue.
Anything else, members? We'll turn to.
Okay, through you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
sir. Sorry, a supporting person? Yes.
Yeah, we'll start with the speakers. So we will start with the resident of 40 NASMITH Avenue.
Of the subject property, okay.
I don't really have anything to add to what Dan has already said on my behalf.
Okay,
All right.
sorry, can you just state your first and last name then?
Oh, Christina Beintema.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, then we will move on to the resident at 37 Gifford Street.
Hi, is that resident present or online?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Again,
Okay.
speak up a little bit
So
louder.
this is,
Sorry.
it's Greg Bloom and Barb Connell, and we live at 37 Gifford. which we are kitty corner to the backyard of 40 NASMITH. And we just find that the proposed addition will affect the surrounding neighbors, and it seems to be quite large and quite close to the property lines.
Yes, we feel that it will encroach on our sunshine and our privacy as well.
And other neighbors' privacy and sunshine, not so much our sunshine.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for the speakers? No, seeing none. All right, thank you for this. We'll move to a further speaker.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, I am going to call up the resident at 38 NASMITH Avenue.
Can I start?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
My name is Ben Ermo. I live at 38 NASMITH Avenue, and quite frankly, I don't want to be here today. I just found out about this proposal 3 weeks ago. I'm very close to some of my neighbors, and I get along with Christina quite well, but she has not expressed any indication of this proposal beforehand. I was surprised to find out that it's been, first came up in August of last year. So she hasn't mentioned anything until I got this letter from the City of Toronto. As the person representing her has stated, the first floor addition, the way it comes out into the backyard and goes into the setback is, quite frankly, the only thing I can argue about. Is that right? Like, I know I'm supposed to present here, but I'm not sure of what the rules are because I've only come into contact with this information like in the last 3 weeks, and I don't have time to go looking around for what's.
How would you be impacted by these variances if granted? How does it affect you?
Me personally, if I look out from my back window, like I marked, the first floor addition is going to be going back 18 feet from where it is right now. And I marked it on my fence. If I look out my backyard, I will be losing a lot of sight lines that I have right now. Our neighborhood is actually fairly close together, and a lot of times if I go into my backyard, it's not unusual for me to talk to some of my neighbors. The neighbor right across, who is on 42, Joyce, I'm often talking to her in my backyard. She's out in her backyard often, always barbecuing during the summer. And having that part of the building go out so far will definitely, I mean, I'm gonna see her at the front of the house, but it's like, it's affecting part of how we relate to each other in the back of the house. I know that's got nothing to do with the building, but I'm talking about the overall environment that we live in. That's my main objection, is just how far the first story sticks out in addition to what is allowed. A lot of the houses in this neighborhood have underpinned their basement to allow extra room. I have that in my house as well. And most people who have had additions have not gone anywhere near, even as far as the allowed setback. So not only are they asking for the maximum setback, they're actually going even farther beyond in the first story. That's my main objection, okay?
All right, thank you, sir. Members of the panel, are there any questions for this gentleman, this quarter? Seeing none. All right, thank you, sir. We'll continue with other persons who wish to speak.
Resident at 44? The resident at 44 Naismith?
Oh, yes, that's me. Sorry. I would appreciate if my materials could be available.
So just
Marion, yes, my name is Marion Voisey, V-O-Y-S-E-Y. First name Marion, M-A-R-I-O-N, 44 Naismith. Thank you. There are some images in my materials which I will refer to. I don't know how clear they will be for you, given the size of the screen and the way I printed them and so forth, but at any rate, they're there. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the application for 40 Naismith Avenue. I do not think that its variances are minor at all, and I believe that they're detrimental to our neighborhood and to our community. I have numerous concerns. For one, I'm concerned about shadowing, loss of green space, and loss of views or sight lines. My neighbor to the south, who shares a wall with 40 Naismith, would lose a great deal of light on her back porch and in her garden. I too would lose light in my addition that I have put on. I have a one-story addition that I put on 20 years ago, and that is where I have a table at which I eat and I work. On page 3 of my submission, if you could go to page 3, it's right there, thank you. I included a series of 8 photos that show the initial absence and then the growing presence of sunlight on the back porch of 42 Naismith, which is the house that abuts 40 Naismith, where the addition is to take place. I took these photos on the morning of February the 14th this year. The next series of photos underneath that, the next series of 8 photos, shows the arrival of the sun on the south fence of 42 Naismith Avenue. We get a lot of sun from the south, and the amount reaching me and my neighbor at 42 Naismith would decrease dramatically if the proposed renovation went ahead as planned. In these photos, these ones right here, you can see very clearly the space behind our houses, which provides a sense of openness and allows light from the south to reach us. If the proposed application went ahead, this would be changed dramatically. It appears to me that in city planning, emphasis is often on the preservation of streetscapes. While I believe this has its value. As a photographer, I'm visually oriented, so I can relate. I do feel that what goes on in backyards is equally, if not more important. I'm not talking here about something public, superficial, or visual, but rather how we interact with each other and live our lives. This is something that is important to each family and which I feel should be protected fiercely, i.e. the way we live our lives in our backyards would be dramatic, for some of us, dramatically affected by this addition. On page 10 and 11 of my submission to the committee, if you could please go there, there are photos that I took mid-morning from the back porch at 42 Naismith. They show the view looking first north and then south on a sunny day. You can see lots of sunshine in both images. Page 10 and 11, can you find it? And I'll be coming back to these, thank you. The photo then that follows on page 12 has been edited to give an idea of the shadowing and the barrier that would be created by the proposed 2-story and 1-story addition to 40 Naismith. So we haven't got there yet. It's coming up. Okay, so north view with my addition, south view, and then barrier. You can see the barrier at the bottom there. I'm concerned about overbuilding. I do not see the need for such a large, in fact, double extension, and my emphasis here is on the word need. This renovation, as far as I know, has not been created to provide housing for another person or another people or a family member. The applicant simply wants to work from home. Well, I work from home, and I use my small addition to the full, and I know that others on Naismith work from home also. If 40 Naismith were renovated as planned, the house would be considerably larger than other houses on the street. This, I think, would be not in character with those around it. It could possibly set a precedent that others might want to emulate in the future, thus leading to a change in the nature of the neighborhood. The applicant wants to extend out the back, yet there are 7 houses on Naismith that have enclosed French porches. So there is a precedent for extending out front. I realize this has come up in conversation, but I'm not quite sure why the discrepancy here and whether that has to stay as is. I'm very concerned about the potential negative effects of this project on our immediate community, by which I mean NASMITH Street itself. Could you go again to pages 4 and 5, please, that have pictures of people gathering? I would appreciate it. I think that this project could lead to lost connections, increased isolation of individuals and families, and ultimately decreased mental health and a lesser quality of life. Why do I say this? Because NASMITH is a unique street with a great heart and soul. Many of us have worked hard over the last quarter century to develop community and connections. We have held 23 street parties, 2 porch festivals, physically distanced during COVID. We have created our own website and newsletter, and during this period we've come together time and again and created bonds that are incredibly rich and meaningful. We help each other, we support each other, we share with each other, and we learn from each other. This micro-community, our street, 2 sentences, may I?
Okay.
That we have created is for me, and I believe for others too, akin to the type of community that we would like to see around us in the wider world. The development proposed for 40 NASMITH is not respectful or considerate of this vibrant community, and because of this and the other concerns I've raised, I'm here to oppose it in its present form. Thank you.
All right, thank you, members. Are there questions for the speaker? Yes. Mr. Allison.
Through you, Mr. Chair. If we could just pull up, there was an image of the rear yard that I believe was directed at the rear main walls of the adjacent properties. I just want to understand what specifically we are looking at, because I think that photo, if I can read it correctly, is somewhat helpful. You can keep scrolling.
Are you talking about the rear yard to the north,
I'm
the south, or?
Just in general, I understand that it's NASMITH and Gifford that back onto each other, and it creates this block. And my understing, as a resident,
Okay, create block, are you talking about?
a block of
city block.
houses.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
city block. My understanding, there's a relatively clear line with respect to where the rear main walls are lining up with these properties. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. Could you, if possible, could you go to page, where is it? Page 3, please, of the submission? There. Is it possible to enlarge?
Yes, that's the photo.
Yeah, is it possible to enlarge so we can see the? So could you do it larger, please?
Okay, so I do notice that there are some additions that come off of what seems to be a pretty clear, defined datum line of rear main walls with these homes. In terms of, are there any additions in this block? I realize that there's another set of homes on the adjacent street that back onto these as well, where there are similar additions. I see one-story additions, but are there any cases where, in this block, where we've got a two-story bump out beyond the rear main wall, or is everything in line as it's kind of shown in the photo here?
I believe everything's in line. Excuse me, could you scroll down, because there are another 8 photos below these 8? And they are taken from a bit of a different angle. This is looking directly south. And could you enlarge that as much as possible so even we can see just one? So basically, we're looking south here from my backyard into 42 NASMITH, and you can see they're just trees there. There are no additions. I have the white wall on the far left with the light. That is my addition, which I put on 20 years ago. It's 11 feet extension, but to the left is the edge of the homes going south, and there are just trees.
And to clarify, the addition that you put on, is that a two-story addition?
No, single.
It's a single story.
I would have liked a 2-story, but I didn't want to do that, frankly, to my neighbors, and I didn't need the space, and I built it in such a way that it's all windows at the back, and a window on the south side also, so even the addition will then block the light coming in my window to some extent. And I work in my kitchen, so I wanted as much light as possible.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Resident 42, NASMITH.
morning. My name is Joyce Gusby, and I live at 42 Naismith, and that is attached to 40 Naismith Avenue. And I've lived there for 36 years. I'm here to oppose the application of Christina Beiteman for minor variances. I have lived at 42 Naismith Avenue for 38 years, and I oppose the application for the following reasons. The accumulated impact of these variances, and I say accumulated, are not minor. The loss of light on my property and surrounding properties, the loss of sunshine on my property and surrounding properties, the loss of privacy on my property, the loss of my view to the south. I mean, I can see into Regent, and it's a lovely view to the south. I oppose it because of the creation of isolation that I will feel, most certainly. It will affect the quality of my life and the enjoyment my yard provides to me. And I say that it is overbuilding for its intended proposed use. I worked from home since 2015, and I understand. I'm not stupid. I know that people need more space. We've got little houses here, and young families land on Naismith, and they decide to grow their families, and they don't want to leave Naismith for all that Marion talked about. It's a fabulous place to live. It's a good place to live. I understand that Christina doesn't want to go looking for another place to run her business, but I'm saying that the applicant wants to create a first floor extension that will extend about 18 to 20 feet into her backyard. And then she wants to build a deck as well, and it's going to be as high as the level of, the first level. This will cover 2/3 of the green space, and I'm not sure that that's a good thing. And she wants to build a second story as well. The height of the extension and the depth into the yard will destroy the light that I now enjoy year-round. My kitchen, located at the rear of my first floor, will be in darkness, especially in winter. I won't be able to grow my orchids. I won't be able to grow any plants there or look outside in the light until sometime late afternoon. The height and depth of the extension will result in a total loss of sunshine for me. All my life, I've enjoyed sitting out in the sunshine. I use my deck every day to watch the birds, to barbecue, to sit out and read, and to entertain friends. I use my deck and backyard year-round. I enjoy gardening. It helps me to maintain my good mental health, and it has taken a long time to cultivate the variety of plants that I now have. The loss of sunshine will result in the loss of my vegetable garden and my beloved flower garden and the ecosystem that these support. The height of the proposed deck and windows on the extension will result in a total loss of my privacy. Every day I walk outside and I see the beautiful lights through the trees to the south. I watch the cats chase the squirrels, and I enjoy talking to my neighbors to the south and across on Gifford. This proposed extension will create a massive wall on the south side of my backyard, just a few feet from where I barbecue. It will serve to isolate me from my friends, my neighbors, and my community that I've known since 1986. As a senior citizen, I fear this will affect my mental health. This huge extension, and it is a huge extension, will destroy the pleasure that I derive from just sitting and enjoying my backyard. The applicant lives alone. She wants to work from home. The size of that planned 2-story extension is extremely large for a one-person work-live space. With my limited mobility and finances, I have found a way to enjoy my life by being part of nature that is found in my backyard. It would be profoundly unfair for the applicant to build such a massive intrusion at the expense of my life and those of surrounding neighbors. The first I heard of this proposal was when I received the notice from the committee. Until yesterday, Christina had never spoken to me or to anyone else in surrounding properties about this application.
Joyce, your 5 minutes are up, so I'm going to ask you to just conclude, please.
Okay, and finally, I want to say that this is not a fair fight. Christine had many months to prepare this application. She could have spoken to me and other neighbors about her concerns, but she didn't. On Monday, she walked across to the neighbor who proudly showed her her renovated kitchen that only went out 8.5 feet. And now she explained how she collaborated with her neighbors to find a design that everybody could live with. Christina has not. She phoned me yesterday to say that she would not withdraw her application.
All right.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in person. All right. Yes, any questions for the speaker? I'm sorry, just before I let you go, Joyce, any questions or comments? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and the members of the Committee for Adjustment. Vasco Boszewski. I'm the owner of 39 Gifford Street. So,
yes.
39 Gifford Street is the adjacent property to the west lot line, if you can see just across, and probably I'm the property on 39 is the most affected property, and I'm deeply concerned with the proposed plan. I submitted few pictures, so if you can just show up, but basically, as the other neighbors mentioned, I don't find these minor variances to the plan, especially because I understand what they're trying to do. They try to kind of increase the quality of their life, but instead of going up front, they're coming into the backyard and they're completely entering into the 39 Gifford. So the proposed changes bring the dwelling extremely close to the backyard. And if we go by kind of start measuring from the current 11 meters distance, the dwelling will be reduced to 5.4 meters. So they are coming over 5 meters, 5.6, which is over 50% encroachment. On top of that, the stairs and the landing will encroach additional 1.92 meters, which is over 70%, and reducing the distance only to 3.5 meters. And with the deck is coming only to 92 centimeters or 0.991 meters from the back line. So this is the view here. It's the view from the window. And you can see it's going to be directly facing the 39 Gifford. I will not talk, I have another pictures with kind of from the kitchen on the first floor. It's completely blocked. Here it is. This will be completely blocked. No sun, etc. Probably not until noon because of how the property is situated. I was trying to look at the plans, as you mentioned, in that quadrant for that area, like that block. I was not able to see any extensions built on the backyard to the level that is encroaching like this. No, there are few sheds, but they're facing the opposite sides. They're just minimal, nothing that comes to this level. So again, the property of most of the houses here are kind of detached. The property is Gifford is one of the few, I will say, maybe the only one on this block, single, and it will completely alter the unique attributes of the property. So with that, I urge the committee to carefully consider the objections from the neighborhood and reject the application. I will emphasize reject the application, not submit for alterations, because those are not minor adjustments. Like this all needs to be redone in accordance with the bylaws, etc. So all combining, this is not minor adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions for the speaker? All right, Zane.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Yes.
The resident at 32
Hello.
Next, can you tell us your name and address, please?
My name is Joanne Pettigrew. I am resident and owner at 32 NASMITH Avenue, which is a few lots south. And of course, this doesn't directly impact me, right?
Okay, right.
And I have to agree with everything my neighbors have said so far. I haven't heard anything that was out of line. This is not minor. It's going to have a major impact. It could definitely set a precedent for other homeowners in the area. It's not desirable, and I see no need for it. Like, I don't think Christina has really said why she needs that extra space. I've been working out of my home for the last 25 years. I don't have a covered porch, and I don't have a back extension. I do have a basement that has been dug out, right, so that I can work there. It's just, this seems a bit arbitrary and not paying any attention to the neighbors' concerns, right? So my biggest, I did do this little diagram, right, which of course is speculative, but the measurement is accurate. We did go and measure the lot. Okay, so my point is, what happens if every other homeowner does this on their lot, right? There goes the vista, the aesthetics, and the neighborliness. Like, community, as Ben said, is really dependent on people being able to look at and see their neighbors and talk to them. And I disagree with this, and I hope that you will curtail this development as a result.
All right, thank you. I don't have any questions at all. Thanks very much.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, the speaker just showed a photo,
Yeah.
right? We need to ensure that we have that on the screen, right? So is that something that you submitted in advance?
No, it's on the previous,
Sorry, we just need to present it because we can't have people just showing up with materials, so just out of fairness.
It's in my presentation.
So it's this photo? Okay, so I just want to say on record, this is the photo that the speaker just held up for procedural fairness, okay?
Very helpful,
At this time, then we'll call up the resident at 43 Gifford Street.
My name is Vishnya Barčić. I want to say that I'm probably a little less affected than my neighbors, but still, and I agree with all the points that they were making in terms of calling it a minor variance, the addition creating a precedent for the other owners and so on. But I also want to refer to the existing physical characters of neighborhoods that will be greatly affected with this particular addition, let alone the other additions that might follow. All Cabbagetown, including NASMITH and Gifford Street, have heritage designation and should not be significantly altered. Houses on this street constitute Toronto working class history, as they were built almost 100 years ago for the workers of the nearby factory. A lot of this history has been destroyed as these simple Edwardian workers' cottages, as they were referred to, undecorated and lacking ornamentation, have often not been seen by the city as worthy of preservation. At the end, I would also like to stress that I'm not against an addition on a smaller and more appropriate scale. And I hope the owners of other houses close to 14 NASMITH would also be in agreement, which I think they are. Thank you very much. Okay, yes.
Members, any questions to this speaker? No, seeing none. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Do we have a further speaker? All right, we're going to go back to the agent then. Sir, you've got a right to reply. You've heard the concerns, the comments of the various opponents. So please proceed.
Hi, can you all hear me still?
Yes, okay.
Okay, great. So I've been taking notes as this went along.
Sure.
Let's see. I just wanted to remind everybody that what seems to be upsetting the neighbors the most is the two-story addition. That is not the part that we even need approval for. This is only about the extra one-story portion and the way it encroaches in the rear yard setback. And again, the only reason we're asking for that is out of fairness. There are several other houses on the street that were allowed to enclose their front porches. We just want access to that same square footage. As for one of the members mentioning how many additions there are 6 rear additions on the east side of the block. There are 9 rear additions on the west side. All of these are visible on the Toronto zoning bylaw map, but I will admit to you that the only 2-story addition I could find was actually on the east side of the block, not our side. Speaking to the encroachment of sunshine and privacy, again, I don't think these are as big of an issue as the neighbors think, because the 2-story addition is legal. It is going to happen and it is going to impact. I'm sorry, but it's just the way it is. The 1-story addition has been designed to be as low as possible. We've put a minimal sloped roof on it. There is no roof deck. We didn't want to encroach on people's privacy or sunlight with that any more than we had to. The new deck that everybody keeps referring to is not a deck. It is just a landing, and it's not even close to the side lot lines. It's only the width of the stairs going into the yard. The 1-story addition, remember, everybody in this block already has 6-foot-high privacy fences along there. The part of the 1-story addition that actually comes above that is only 1.7 to 2.8 meters high. One at the bottom of the sloped roof, one at the top. That is not a huge triangle of wall space. As to the sun, in the summer, most of the sun, and even in the shadow in a number of those pictures, the major sun, I also live with west-facing views. It comes afternoon. It peaks in the late afternoon. Anybody with west-facing windows knows that the bulk of it hits somewhere around 4. We're not encroaching on that at all. People seem to be concerned about the excessive space. Again, a reminder, this is only 689 square feet. That is not a big space, especially if she ever wants it to be a self-enclosed living space. It may not be a duplex now, and I know other neighbors have worried about that, but this does lay the framework for it to potentially be a duplex in the future. It also lays the framework for it to be a full-size family home in the future, because now it has the space for 3 full-size bedrooms and a living space for a larger family and a second bathroom that most major families need. Lastly, as for communication, my client wasn't trying the least to ignore the neighbors. The 2-story addition was always legal, so we saw no reason to consult the neighbors on that. Again, it's only about that 2.134 meters that we wanted to reclaim from the front to the back. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Questions for the agent here? No? All right, just a moment. Mr. Reed? Yeah.
Just to clarify, so just to confirm, you did go to Heritage originally and asked to enclose the porch and they refused, is that correct?
I begged them. I tried my best to redesign it. I tried my best to keep it as historical as possible. I cited all the other relevant properties on the block, including all the other houses in this heritage block that aren't heritage in the very least. There are several properties that have been majorly remodeled and do not reflect this era of architecture, but I could not get Heritage to budge no matter how hard I argued.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
I have
yes.
one question for the applicant.
Mr. O'Brien, yeah.
On the proposed basement plan, you have a platform at door sill in the unfinished space. What is that?
That is because we didn't want to waste any of her garden space on a shed. That's actually a great place for her to open that door and be able to slide in things like garden implements and her lawnmower and things like that.
So
Her basement is just storage.
So it's not a full height door?
No, no, no. It'll just look like the access that people have sort of under their back porch.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Members, do you want to go into committee for discussion on this? All right, I'd be happy to hear views and, okay. Yes, Mr. Reed.
Thanks. I'm happy to start with comments, and I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say. And thanks to the neighbors who have come in and expressed your opinions. I think you put forward very good arguments and observations, and you're obviously passionate about your neighborhood. I think the main thing here is as the agent said, it's not necessarily the one-story addition that's being requested. I think the main impact is going to come from the two-story rear addition, from my opinion, which is permitted. I think this block has been relatively untouched in terms of development since it was built. I think in terms of the additions to the back, much less than other representative blocks throughout the city. And so I think any kind of changing of the footprint, even to a permitted envelope, is going to have serious impacts and beyond what people are used to. And it is going to impact the quality of life in those adjacent backyards. But I see that as being something that is permitted and it is in the planned context of the built form. So from my perspective, it's about that one-story rear addition. The other variances are minor, and I think that the impact of that one-story rear addition is relatively minor, over and above what is permitted as of right, especially given the fact that it's limited to one story. So I'm likely going to support this application.
All right, thanks for that comment. Yes, Mr. Allison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a very bit of an interesting site. It's actually the former site of the Toronto General Hospital, which was torn down in 1913. And the reason I bring it up is this particular part of Cabbagetown is very interesting from a planning perspective, and it varies slightly differently from the rest of the neighborhood. And I just want to make sure that there's a sort of awareness of that. So when this block was created, I think sometime in around the 1920s, and these streets were created, generally speaking, the lot sizes and the lot depths relative to the rest of the neighborhood are smaller. They're smaller homes in the neighborhood on smaller lots. Generally in Cabbagetown, longer building depths are often afforded, but in almost all cases, the lot depths are a lot longer. So I note that because I think that there is a pretty clear rear main wall that's established, not only on NASMITH, but on the adjacent street that backs onto this block. And where I do see that there have been forms of intensification, they're very modest. While I agree with my colleague, Mr. Reed, that yes, the two-story section is permitted, I think the one-story section, frankly, is just above and beyond that what kind of surpasses what would be acceptable. I think a 5.1 meter setback in this case, the variance is just too much. Also being mindful of the fact that if you zoom out and you look at the figure ground map, and you can imagine now every lot can match this essentially. So come out to the as of right with a 7.5 meter setback at 2 stories and a 1-story addition. It creates a very poor condition, I think, for this block with really what's left of the backyard. There is very little left. So, well, I think two stories is I think as far as I'm comfortable, willing to go with this one, and I think that the rear yard, the variance for this rear yard setback is frankly just too much of an impact, both on the neighbors to the side and as well the neighbors at the rear, I might add.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
I agree with my colleague Jordan. I feel like normally I'm very much in favor of additions and extensions, and I think we often approve those without really much debate. But I think that the fact is that these rear yards are very small, and this really does not leave very much of a rear yard at all, which I think impacts city policy as well in terms of wanting green space. So I feel like it really, in this particular case and this specific situation, which of course is what our committee is for, that one extra extension does create a larger impact than an extension normally would. The other thing I wanted to point out is I do feel like, looking at the floor plans, I feel like the 2-story extension, which is permitted, will actually create quite a lot of space, and will create more than enough space for someone to run a business, depending on how you configure the interior. So I think that will already create a decent amount of space. I do sympathize with the inability to extend the to close in the porch. Obviously, that must feel unfair, but that's not actually how it works, that if you don't get to enclose your porch, you get to have an extension. That's not how planning works. So for those reasons, I am going to oppose this variance.
Mr. Grogan, do you wish to weigh in at
I'll
all?
add some comments. I won't repeat what my colleagues have
Sure.
said. First of all, again, it's clear that the applicant put a lot of time into this application. There's a lot of quality documentation here that makes it easy to understand. I think it's unfortunate that there wasn't consultation with the neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
That might have helped give a little bit of a temperature with regard to the ability for the neighborhood to understand the proposed changes, maybe some discussion around it. Also, it's clear that they consulted with Heritage, and Heritage didn't have any fundamental problems. They want the applicant's plans to be to the satisfaction of the planning staff, but again, I think it's right at the edge here with regard to they're the first in the neighborhood to really do an addition of this size, even though the as of right one is significant. Based upon what I've heard and also my colleagues, I think that, again, although in a lot of circumstances, the proposed additional GFA and single-story addition would be minor. In this case, I don't find it minor, so I will not support the application.
All right. Yeah, I agree there's like an established rear wall. All right, would any member then wish to put forward a motion relative to this application?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll bring forward a motion to refuse the application.
Is there a seconder to that motion then to refuse? Yes, Mr. Reed. All right, all in favor of that motion to refuse then? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, and all against? All right. Fine for Mr. Reed, and deferred, yeah. All right, that's the committee's decision on that. Thank you. We'll continue with our agenda and other items. Madam Secretary Treasurer, I was thinking of perhaps taking a break around 10 after 11. What do you think?
Sure, that's fine. We can
should start the second one?
Sure. Yeah, we can proceed with item number 2.
All right. Fine. Item number 2, again relating to Queen Street and Richmond Street East. I'm just going to tell you what materials are on file in this. Okay, just proceed on that. So this purpose is to alter the development standards as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 22723. And that's amending the parent bylaw, for a 25-story mixed-use apartment building, Building A, by increasing the residential gross floor area and reducing the number of vehicular parking spaces. A hotel use will not be contained within this building, Building A. Committee has the following, again, survey, site plan, and elevations, 9 photographs of trees on the subject property. We have covering letter. There's a functional servicing report. There's a parking supply review done by BA Consulting. There's a servicing report relating to groundwater, and the stormwater management report. And then finally, there's the site-specific bylaw, and I see that really was approved through the Ontario Land Tribunal. All right, may we have an applicant agent, please, on this Richmond and Queen? Yes.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
there are,
sorry.
yeah,
Additional-
some correspondence
Indeed,
in
thank you.
interest.
Thank you,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, so we have the letters of correspondence by Marco Brick and Francisco Portorello, property manager from a condominium, I take it. Yeah.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to call up Laura Dean, who will be speaking on behalf of the application. We also have 4 registered speakers online, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Laura Dean, and I'm legal counsel for the applicant. This application that's before you is for a minor variance. It's really to permit the reallocation of density within the existing building envelope without making any changes to the built form of this proposed development. So as you can see from our materials, the minor variance that's being sought would change the residential density from 34,760 square meters to 52,731 square meters. And that's an increase of approximately 17,971 square meters. And what we've done here is reallocated some of the GFA that's permitted in the site-specific bylaw for office use, and it's been converted to residential uses while still maintaining the minimum amount of GFA that's required for office use. The other variances that are before you are to make corresponding changes to the parking supply. You'll also see as part of this minor variance application, there is a planning staff report, and planning has recommended that if the application is approved, that there would be a condition that is attached that would provide for some affordable housing, and the condition is, are set out specifically in that planning staff report. There would be a commitment of 30 affordable housing units, and the size and other specifications for those are set out in the staff report. Also wanted to highlight that the proposed parking supply has been found acceptable to Transportation Services, who's also provided a report. I wanted to speak also to the correspondence that was filed. There's a correspondence from an individual who I spoke to. Marco is his first name. He had some concerns about the proposal, thinking that there was going to be an increase of overall GFA. The notice may be a little bit misleading in that regard. I can confirm there's no thought that there would be an increase in overall GFA. It's just the reallocation that's being proposed. And I was told that that individual no longer has an interest in participating in this hearing. And there was another piece of correspondence which was mentioned by Mr. Chair with respect to a property manager's concerns. Those have more to do with existing conditions and the configuration of the laneway, and not related to this proposal, and that's admitted in that correspondence itself. Regardless, our client is happy to have discussions with that individual to work out any issues that he's having at present. And so, as you can see from the planning justification that was provided in support of this application by Bousfields, it's our submission that this application meets the 4 tests for a minor variance. It's clearly, it's minor, it's not changing the built form, It upholds the purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw as well as the official plan, and it's desirable for the development of this neighborhood, and now the proposal includes affordable housing, which it did not previously have in the site-specific bylaw that was approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal. So those are my submissions, and I'm happy to remain present for any questions that you may have or any questions that arise.
So the GFA is not changing, it's a question of the use of converting some of the office to residential?
That's right.
Yeah, all right. All right. And I just, my note about the staff report and the affordable housing units, they're recommending that your client would enter into an agreement under Section 45 of the Planning Act. And is that amenable?
Yes, that's correct. And there have been conversations between planning staff and our client with respect to that condition, and everybody is in agreement with what is set out there in that staff report.
Okay.
Just a quick question. There's also a transportation condition, which includes moving accessible parking space. Is that all okay?
Yes, thank you, sir. And for the reminder, yes, we've taken a look at that comment, and there should be no issue with accommodating the relocation of the accessible parking space to the southwest corner of P2, so that it would be closer to the pedestrian access.
There's just one accessible space then? Or is there more?
In this case, I don't have the actual number of accessible spaces before me, but the request from transportation was to have at least one of those spaces relocated, and it can be done.
Transportation, yeah. Thank you. Members, any questions for the agent here? Yes.
I have one.
Yes.
The floor-to-floor heights stay the same with the change of use?
It's expected that it would, yes.
Just a clarifying question. I noted in the purpose of the application, there's mention that there's no sort of elimination of a hotel use. Is that what's being?
That's right. Previously, there was a permission in the site-specific zoning bylaw for a hotel, and in discussions with planning staff about this proposal, there was a suggestion that the hotel use permission be removed, and our client is amenable to that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hear from other speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll begin with Mr. Portella, and he will be unmuted. Francesco Portella?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to submit a comment, materials, and opportunity to speak in this public hearing. If you could please go to the supplementary materials, page 2. For the file should be T2221. Yes, page 2. Thank you. We understand that the purpose of this hearing is to focus on the specific zoning bylaws. Still, we wanted to bring to your attention a major item which we believe will cause an issue in the future. McFarren's Lane, from here on being referred to as the alley, is a small lane between the soon-to-be-built condominium complex and the modern at 320 Richmond Street East. While the alley is not subject to regular traffic, it does get used by the building for contractors to access the property. Due to vehicle size and equipment, some of our contractors park in the cement tiles that are part of the modern's property. Additionally, the garbage truck that services the building accesses the garbage bin pickup area through here and performs the services in the alley due to the bell lines obstructing access. According to the drawings available, the new condominium complex will have both the underground parking ramp and retail back-of-house entrance in the same alley. With an expected 222 parking spots just for the underground parking, this area can become a high-traffic and high-risk area, especially in the early hours of the day as residents leave the property and contractors access the same pathway. While we understand the drawings show the alley will be expanded by a small amount, we don't believe the amount of 1 foot is sufficient. If the amount is incorrect, please provide the actual extension if possible. Something else to take note of for both properties, on the west side of the alley, there are Bell phone lines that are set up along the alley, but they're slowly further into the alley. These lines tend to get caught with taller vehicles, especially garbage trucks. With the retail entrance being close to the posts, this poses additional risk to your contractors in addition to our own, with more vehicles passing through this area. We've included pictures of the alley, the drawings, as well as the garbage pickup in process. These pickups are scheduled for 4 times a week and an additional pickup twice a month. Each day has a different type of bin pickup, therefore different vehicles are required. Pickups are between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m., subject to traffic and other factors. And this is something we cannot change. It's something the new condominium should consider for their residents as well. We would advise the new condominium to take into consideration this area, as there's a high chance that an accident may occur without there being enough space in the alley and the bell lines being moved or removed. Neither one is in the power of the modern to address, as these two are city and developer properties. We welcome our soon-to-be neighbors, but ask for support in addressing this item to ensure the safety and smooth operations for both properties. Thank you.
All right, sir, to your knowledge, that alley, is that a public lane? So far as you
Yes,
know?
it belongs to the city.
All right. And do you know the width of it?
I do not have an exact measurement now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Members, any questions? No, all right. All right, sir, thank you very much. We'll
Thank you.
go to the next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will move on to Boris Christoph. Mr. Christoph, you've been unmuted.
Thank you for unmuting me. I was not planning on making a presentation, but rather simply observing. So I have nothing to present at this point. And I have no major objection in any case to the proposal.
So you have no objection to the variances that are being sought then today, right?
That is correct. Thank you.
All right, sir, thank you very much.
Okay, at this time, we will unmute Rachel Gupta. Rachel Gupta. You've been unmuted. Hello?
Hello, Ms. Gupta, are you online with us?
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to the last speaker. So Marco.
Yes.
Hello, Marco, you've been unmuted.
Hi. So I don't have any complaints. I was just worried that the building will be bulkier than it is, but as you confirm, like the massing and the facade will remain the same. So that was my concern. And I'm happy that the neighborhood will be nicer.
Can we just get you to state your first and last name and the
Yes.
address that you reside at?
Yeah, so my name is Marko Brkic. I live at 313 Richmond Street East, and my unit is facing the site. So, yeah, I was just worried that the building will be bigger by almost 1,800 square meters. But yeah, as it is confirmed, like it will remain the same. The massing will remain the same, so I don't have any issues or complaints. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I don't think there are any questions here, right?
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll go back to
Yeah, so
Laura
try
Dean.
Ms. You want to go back to Ms. Gupta first? Do you want to do one further shout out to Ms. Gupta? No? Okay. All right, yeah, so have a chance to rebut those matters that have been raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just speak then to the one issue regarding the McFerrin's Lane, which I raised at the beginning of this hearing. And as I mentioned, this is an existing condition with the laneway, and the issues have been acknowledged. And our client, again, as I mentioned, are pleased to work with neighbors, including the condominium corporation and the property manager, to work out these issues.
Members, just any question or comment relative to the agent? All right, no. All right, thanks very much for your presentation today. Yes, all right. members, any comments, or we'll take this into committee? What's your desire on this? Yes, Dylan.
I think this is pretty straightforward. I'm happy to move a motion.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I totally understand why they would want to reduce office space given current conditions. It makes sense. And providing more residential space in a very downtown area is obviously a good contribution to the housing needs of Toronto and totally fits with, you know, the official plan and city policies. So also the transportation condition moving the accessible parking spot addresses really the only thing that I had concerns about. So I would like to move to approve this motion with the planning conditions and with the transportation conditions.
Thanks very much. Your seconder for that motion, yes, Mr. Allison.
I'll second, but I will also add, I think it's also commendable that there's an inclusion of some affordable units in this development. I think that's something we'd hopefully see in more applications of this type.
All right. Thank you. All right, the committee members then, all in favor of approving with those conditions? We have unanimous, you have your approval now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps maybe we can take a 5-minute break at this time?
Can we make a 10-minute break?
Sure. 10-minute break.
Get some more water here. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So just looking at the agenda, we're moving to item 4. Is that 23 Lindsay Avenue? Madam Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, as whispered, 23 Lindsay Avenue to alter the 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling fronting on Lindsay Avenue by constructing a rear 1-story addition, says attached garage, abutting Gladstone Avenue. The committee has survey plans and elevations. We have a report from Transportation Services, and we have opposition correspondence from Victor Alvarez and Anna Mura on 21 Lindsay Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We also have 2 registered speakers here in person.
All right.
So we will unmute the agent at this time.
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Michael Tomei, representing 23 Lindsay Avenue.
Yes.
And pretty much what we want to do is, there's an existing garage there now with an enclosed deck also that is kind of falling apart, and it's not only rat infested, but it wasn't built properly, and kind of how it was laying on the ground is kind of rotting away. So ultimately, all I really want to do is just build the garage, remove what's there now, and make it nice and clean.
Well, that sounds good. You're going to remove a garage, and you're saying there's some decking too that's going to go?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so let's just have a look. So you have 4 variances, and I'm just going to take a quick look at those. Well, your FSI is moving quite a bit, and rear yard setback is significantly changed. Why do you think that we should regard this as a minor variance, sir? What do you think?
I don't know much of the laws, but I know that there's an existing garage there, and but what are the variances? I'm clueless, to be honest with you.
You're clueless about the variances? All right, well, I'll cover them very quickly. So the maximum printed floor space index, so your FSI at the rear, and relates to a bit of an historical issue, but not to exceed 0.69 times the area of the lot, and you're asking the floor space index to increase to 1.54 times the area of the lot. Secondly, a minimum required rear yard, important rear yard setback should be 7.5 meters. Proposed is 0.1 meters from the rear south lot line. Your roof eaves are to have a maximum projection of 0.9 meters, but really they're almost on the lot line. That's going down to 0.3 meters, so essentially a foot in imperial. And I see on one other side, those eaves will be located 0 meters, so right on the line. And soft landscaping. 50% is required in the rear yard, not an unusual provision, sir, but in your case, you're indicating there'll be 0 soft landscaping.
There's never been any soft landscaping on that property. There's always been a garage there prior to. The garage was taken down, and then the garage was built with a deck, with an overhang, or like a roof. The house that's on the property line is right on the property line, and it has the eaves drops and fascia soffit that's overhanging also. The stairs on the veranda is also overhanging also on the front, and also because that address is 23 Lindsay, and it also has an address that's 355 Gladstone, which is also from when it was first built, I'm not sure what year, that the stairs on the front to enter the home is encroaching. The eaves and the soffit and fascia on the side of the home is encroaching from when the house was built back in, I'm not sure when it was. And also the stairs going into the basement is also encroaching. And as the green space for the back It was always concrete. There was never any green space that I was aware of, or that the homeowners was ever aware of.
So I think you're essentially saying, well, we're to accept the situation. I would say, if we're applying for minor variances, we'd like to see some improvement if we can. So soft landscaping at 0 kind of leaves me cold. But that's my view. Members, any comments or questions for the agent here?
Yeah, just a clarification. So, someone sent in pictures of the space, and I don't see a garage. I just see 2 sheds, and that's also what's in the survey. Like I see a driveway, and then I see like a shed and a little extension. I don't actually see a current garage. Can you clarify that for me?
There is a current garage. So if you look at the drawings in the back there, the bigger, the wider one that goes from property line to property line, that's the deck that's enclosed. And also there's the back section, which is the garage that's existing there.
Get a photo.
Garage, shed.
Here, we're just going to take a look at photos, sir, just to see what's available.
Not like on the wrong street. I still don't see a garage.
Sir, just I wanted the site plan, so we see, hatched in a proposed garage. You're saying there's an existing garage right there in that area, and it's coming down, is that right?
If you go back to the pictures itself, and if you blow it up, you can see what I'm talking about. If you blow up the top picture, photo. So where the white door is, that is an enclosed deck that I want to remove, and that's the garage right beside it.
I see, okay. To the right of the deck.
That little thing.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you.
So ultimately, what I want to do is clean up that mess, because my neighbors are complaining. The one just on the right of that photo, if you're looking at it, she's been complaining that needs to go, and she's accepting of it. That's what she wants. She wants me to build this new garage.
All right, sir, thank you. We'll go next to speakers and then get back to you, so you'll have a further opportunity to speak.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will call up the residents at 21 Lindsay Avenue.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, what concerns us as a family, we are right at the west of 23 Lindsay Avenue. My name is Victor Alvarez from 21 Lindsay Avenue. We are attached to that. The size and height of this variance will completely block my back porch. We'll have the loss of light, the view. The proposal impacts on the openness of our property by encroaching into our back porch, creating a windowless barrier. Now, this house has already, this 4-bedroom house has already 2 parking spots in the side yard. This is a side yard, this is not. And I'm just wondering how many parking spots does the owner want in there? Now,
is it a single car garage? Sorry to interrupt. Is it a single car garage?
No, it's not. I'm just going to get into this, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Now, the The information on the proposal reads, existing shed and garage to be demolished and proposed garage attached to be built. Now, if we go to picture number 4, there's never been a garage there. Actually, the survey says this is a roof patio and a shed which was built. I like to always be a good neighbor, but this shed was illegally. That was a green space before. So in this area has never, ever been a garage. I lived in this address for 32 years. Now, what concerns me is that in the calculation of the floor plan, the construction, the drawings indicate that the area of construction has a 6.3 meters by 5.2 meters, which gives us, which gives a 32.92 square meters. And the height is 3.92 meters. Now, when I see the calculations, it's based on 15. Let me just get in. Yeah, the calculations are based on 15.05 square meters, when in fact it's 32.92 square meters, which gives a completely difference in what they've calculated. So this is my main concern, Chairman. And how many parking spaces they need? This is they're going to demolish a roof patio to get a garage. And also the back space, the green space that they were supposed to be taking care. There's none of there. And if we can see pictures number, this one. So this is the sunlight, and this is where the block will be blocked completely, or sunlight from the porch. All right. Now, my other concern is that the zoning bylaws have not been obeyed in this. The 50% or 0.34% of landscaping, green light, it's covered for a shed that was just built in there. And by the way, there was a green space in there.
And where was that, sorry?
Was a green space in there where the shed is.
I see. Yes, anything further, Cedar?
Yeah, all these changes, especially the bulk and height of this proposal, will really be will negatively impact the life of my family. We spend a lot of time in summer on the porch. My kids will take mornings and we have dinners and lunches in the back deck, and also my kitchen will be darkened because of this encroachment.
All right, sir, thank you very much. Let's see if there's a further speaker.
Good morning, committee. My name is Richard Haig, and I am a neighbor at 353 Gladstone Avenue, excuse me, which is the house that Mr. Tomei indicated to the south.
Okay.
We are not, well, as Mike Tomei said, we're not opposed to this, because if you go, look, just hold up that picture that you just scrolled, the one just below. From our view, no, the one of showing the top of the shed or the garage, whatever you want to call it. For the last 5 years, that shed has had blue plastic, I don't know what it is, some kind of waterproof barrier on top. And it has slowly kind of rotted away, and pieces of blue are flying around into our yard occasionally. And the proposal to get rid of that and to put up a new shed or garage, according to the drawings, we are very much in favor of, because if for us, having what's there now is awful, having something different would be better. So in that sense, yes, and we would be in support of this. But I'm not sure of the jurisdiction of the variance committee. If the variance committee is saying it shouldn't be there at all, nothing should be there, well, then that's a totally different matter. I wasn't even, I'm not aware what might happen if this is rejected. It might just stay there as is. We also, though, I have to say, our house, when it was built, apparently did have a garage, but since we bought it, it was our back side yard has been concrete. I think since we moved in 1992, and I believe Mike's correct that at least from the time I remember, it was either a shed or concrete. So there has not been green space in that area. It's a cheek by jowl Portuguese neighborhood. So if the building does go ahead, if the committee does approve the adjustment, then the concern for us would be, what is the cladding on the outside? Because if it's shiny metal, it would just reflect right into our house. So I would hope for some kind of black or darkened metal cladding. And also whether or not the flat roof would then be turned into a deck would be a real problem for us, because my office would look right down on it. And the Tomeys have a number of little party areas that they've already developed around that house, and we're okay with that, but I wouldn't want another party area facing us on the south side. Those are all my, oh, and drainage, the third thing, yeah. Because of the fact that shed butts up right against our fence, it does have an eaves trough, but in a heavy rains, it pours over. So I would expect drainage to be dealt with again if this thing does go ahead, so that we do not get their overflow.
Drainage kind of doesn't flow exactly into our jurisdiction, but it would be picked up at a building permit stage. They'd want to know the drainage is going to be contained, on their lot, and I'm not going.
Yeah. Okay. And I do understand. It's not your jurisdiction.
Yes.
Has that shed ever been used as a garage?
I don't believe it so.
Okay.
It's a shed.
Thank you.
And Mr. Tomei mentioned rats. I do think there are rats there. Again, for me, getting rid of that and putting up something new would help that problem as well.
Any further questions for the speaker? No.
I have one question.
Oh, good.
How long have you lived there? A year ago?
Since 1992.
Okay. Were those structures there when you arrived?
I thought there was a shed. There was definitely a back patio deck. There wasn't and then the shed was built, but I do believe Mr. Tomei is correct. There was a shed there before, and then it got replaced. And apparently our house had a garage, but not when we moved there. So.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes. All right, just back to the agent applicant. Sir, you have a chance to speak to those matters that have been raised.
Okay, well, so I'd like to start again. So I am the son of Mr. and Mrs. Tomei, the owners of the property. Okay. I lived in the area for 51 years. So now going back to that being a green space, like the neighbor from 21 Lindsay said, never. There was never a green space there before. When my dad first bought that home, I remember it having a garage, meaning kind of carport looking tin, but it was the garage. He tore it down and then built the deck and the shed. So that's been there for many years. The dates itself, I do not remember. And when the neighbor from 2021 talks about sunlight, he's got some stairs that go up to the top of his home, which has a huge, massive deck, which I don't even know if he got a permit for. And the stairs has some, if you look at the pictures, has some plastic covering, so he's blocking sun already. So when he talks about blocking sun, I can't see that I'm blocking sun. And the time zones that he's talking about, you'll probably get a little bit of sun there around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. The majority of the sun you're going to be getting from the south anyway, from the south, and it's be going towards the west. And then after a certain amount of time, nobody gets any sun. You got to be in front of the house to get the sun. So we're talking about a few hours here. And at the end of the day, I just want to make it clean. The rats are a huge problem. They're burrowing into my home, and they just need to clean that area up and build a nice garage. That's pretty much all that I am asking.
Sir, one of the speakers asked about cladding. If you built that garage, then what materials are going to be on the surface?
So I talked to his wife. I showed her pictures, and it's going to be like a charcoal gray, like a dark color, so it'll absorb the sunlight. And I'll even show them samples before I even purchase.
Is aluminum, vinyl? What were you thinking?
Oh, it's got to be steel for fire rated.
Okay.
So it's metal.
All right, thank you. Anything else from you?
No, thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, members, I'm going to take this into committee. I'm not sure what to do with this one. This is, I think we'd like to see and hear that the shed, et cetera, and stuff comes down. Anyways, your views on the minor variances requested, please. Yes, Mr. Ellis.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. I think this is an application that could very well support a garage at the rear. My reservation, though, is frankly with the size of the garage. I think the applicant took a little bit too much liberty, particularly with respect to the rear yard setback. And as well the soft yard landscaping. Typically, on a site like this, I think it would be appropriate for, a driveway, about 2.7 meters, up to 3.1 meters on public property. And I think in this case, it's a fairly substantial width for a driveway, and it's a fairly large driveway, especially for this neighborhood. The door's very tall, it's very wide. I think there was a pretty good opportunity in this case to provide some buffer at the rear and some soft yard landscaping. So for those reasons, I feel like I can't support the application at this time.
Is there any appetite to try to amend the variance? But I'm not sure that it should be committee that make the decision on what the build form is going to be.
I mean, I would. As I said, I think the site could certainly support a driveway and a garage, but I think there needs to be some rear yard setback to create a buffer zone and also increase the soft yard landscaping. I think, in part, like the driveway we can make up with permeable pavers, but I still would like to see something there. I think, a 5.4 meter wide drive, if that's, I think that's what's being proposed here. And I recognize it's an existing condition, but I mean, this is it's a pretty substantial, garage to be putting. So as you kind of said at the onset, I think, the expectation is that there's got to be some give back here, some effort to at least bring the application a little bit more in line with the tests, certainly from a landscape point of view and certainly from a rear yard.
Yes, Mr. Reed, yes.
Yeah, I'm a little conflicted on this too. I mean, clearly, the general direction is the right one. The current situation is not good. A garage makes sense there. But the proposals, it's not the clearest proposal for one thing. It doesn't give really that much detail in some places. This question of whether there's a garage there at the moment or not has been unclear. And I feel like this is a great opportunity to really improve the space and address some of the, as my colleague said, first of all, the garage could be pulled back even just a little bit from the neighbor, which I think would help the neighbor a great deal. And would reduce the variances required. There's certainly space for a little bit of soft landscaping and or permeable pavers. So I was wondering if the applicant would be willing to defer and come with a revised plan, because I think the general direction of the plan is something we could totally support. But I think we need the applicant to try to reduce the variances and address some of the concerns a little bit. Before we can do that. I wonder if we can bring the applicant back on and ask if they'd be willing to revise
Yes,
it.
because of that, I think we'll go to committee. I'll just put that to the applicant. Sir, if you heard that, the committee is essentially thinking that the project could be improved. Would you be willing to defer your application so that you so that you could make other changes that would not be so far from what the bylaw standards are?
Changes in what sense? Make the garage smaller?
Well, I suppose that might be, and you've heard the member speaking about the driveway, so you might be able to set the garage in a slightly better position to assist any impact on your neighbors.
That driveway's been there since the building of the home.
Okay.
There's always, that's been there. Like, I don't understand that aspect of the driveway.
Okay, but just on that issue, do you want your application to be deferred so that hopefully improvements could take place, or do you want us to make a decision on this today?
Well, if you make a decision on this today and it doesn't go through, I have the right to appeal, correct?
Yes, you can, as the applicant, yes, to the Toronto Local Appeal Body.
See, another proposal that I had was, if this passes with this garage, there's these two sheds that are right on the side that I will remove to appease the committee and I guess the neighbors, and make that a green space. I can plant a tree.
Sounds good. So you're thinking about some changes. What are we going to do with your application? Either are we going to approve or refuse it today, or it's a suggestion that maybe you should ask for a deferral and come back before committee in some time and approve it. And perhaps you could discuss it at least with city staff if you don't know a planner yourself, because as I say, the variations that you're asking for from the zoning bylaw standards are pretty big. Okay.
I'll let you guys just make your decision and I'll move on from there. Thank you.
All right, members, is there a motion? Sure.
In this sense.
All right, discussion. So he's not interested in a deferral. Wants a decision today. We've got the application before us.
I'll open it up. So I think, first of all, I appreciate him kind of offering the 2 sheds. I don't think the 2 sheds that he's talking about are on the actual, I think they're on city property. So I don't think that's a matter for us to discuss here today. I'm surprised they're there to begin with, to be honest, being on city property. So let's put that aside. But also, these structures don't look like they are compliant with building, they look like they're informal structures that weren't built through a city process. So I don't think I give credit for existing as of right an improvement. I think these were informal structures that were built. And the history of them seems very cloudy, but they're there. But I don't think we should relax any of the rear yard, the landscape requirements at all. I think this is a chance for us to actually improve the situation by increasing landscape in the city and compliance. So I won't support this application because I think the existing non-compliant structures aren't a justification for building another non-compliant structure. Thank you.
My view, my opinion is that we'd have to vote for refusal on this. Anyone else want to weigh in? Mr. Reed, Mr. Oh, the other Reed. Either Reed may speak to this matter.
I'll just, I'm conflicted as well as Mr. Reed on this, because I think that what's being proposed is basically an improvement over what's there. There's the same footprint's going to be covered, but I do agree also that there's a lot of room for improvement. I'm somewhat given a little bit of comfort because this is a corner lot and there's huge amount of green space in the boulevard. I think that goes and does something in terms of addressing the lack of green space in the back. But I don't know. I'm still of the mind to defer this because I think that this could be an acceptable application with just a little bit of work. I mean, the impact on the neighbor to the east, it's a very small property line that's existing behind the house to the east. And so I don't think there's a huge amount of impact there over and above what's there. But I don't know. Even though the applicant's not asking for a deferral, I'm almost thinking a deferral would be the best option.
Well, if you wish, you can put a motion forward and we'll see. Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's even permissible, right? You know?
Sorry, can I speak again?
No, okay, no.
Can we mute him, please? 'Cause
I don't know. Staff, do you have any opinions on that? It's unclear whether the applicant's looking for, would accept a deferral or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, the fact that we've heard deputations and we've deliberated on this matter, I think you should just move into a decision.
And I think he has indicated that he would like to proceed today and didn't take up the deferral idea. So I'm going to move that we refuse the minor variance application before us on this Lindsay Avenue property. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Yes, there is. All right, Mr. McGrann. All right, all in favor, then it's a refusal? All right, it is a yes. All right, sir, we've made the decision. We've refused the application. Perhaps you should think about revising what you're going to do on the property as opposed to appealing, but that's up to you. Thank you. All right, let's just get back to see where we're at here. Oh my, we have quite a number still in the morning session. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can move to item number 7. We
Yes.
don't have registered speakers for this item. This is the one where we were not able to contact the applicant, but I think he is on the line. We'll unmute him. You did state what the purpose and the list of materials was at the time that we were going through reviewing the items.
Yeah.
So, Evan, can you
Hi.
hear us? Hi, Evan, great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Evan Torrance. I'm the agent for this application. My apologies about earlier. I was having some microphone issues.
All right, thank you, yes. All right, just tell us a little bit about your application. I'm just looking again, if I read part of it, altering existing two-story, constructing a rear second story, and partially one story, yes, okay. And, well, maybe not. Is it just the one variance? I can't have it in front of me, just the one. All right, all right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Any questions on this? All right. Why don't we, sir, we're just debating. I think we'll put forward a motion on this, and we'll deal with your application. Members, what's your wish here? Yes, Mr. Gogan.
I'll move this for approval. I find it minor in nature. I think that the documentation is good. It's pretty clear what they're asking for, and so I support this and would like to move it for approval.
Yes, there'll be a seconder for this motion to approve then? Yes, Mr. Peter Reed? All in favor then? Yes, we have the unanimous. Sir, you have your approval. The matter is passed. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can move to item 9. We held this item because the members want a presentation. So you can introduce the item, and then we can call up the agent. He is here in person today, and then we can get the presentation on the screen.
Item 9, all right, is relating to 1235 and 1255 Bay Street. The purpose is to alter the development standards as approved under a site-specific zoning bylaw 302 for 2023 for a 35-story mixed-use building and have a 10-story podium by constructing 4 additional stories to increase the overall building height and residential gross floor area. The committee has the following material with it: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, cover letter, planning rationale by Bousfields, presentation materials from Isaac Shurkoff as owner's representative. There's a site servicing and stormwater management report, tree preservation letter, and also, of course, the site-specific bylaw. We have a staff report from TTC. And yes, all right. All right. Sorry, applicant, just identify yourself again, please, and state your address, and we'll proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Tom Jankos. I'm the Senior Vice President of Kingset Capital. We are the owners of this property.
All right.
So I'll start by saying our intention is to hopefully get through these variances and then proceed with construction of a purpose-built rental building. We have a portfolio of rental buildings in the city of Toronto, and our intention is to build purpose-built rental. I've had the honor and the privilege of working in this community for 13 years and have undertaken most of the development in this community. We developed the TPA parking lot next door in conjunction with the city of Toronto. It's currently under construction, and that introduced 2 towers, a lot of new housing, retail that laminates both streetscapes, and a new public park and mid-block connections for pedestrians, which we think is critical in this area. We also developed Cumberland Terrace, which is to the south, and Cumberland Terrace is still existing. We own that property, and we developed it with 3 towers, and we got rid of a lot of the built form. It's number 23. It's the L shape just to the south of the pink site that's in question. And on that site, once we develop it, hopefully when the market comes back, we are going to be introducing a park that takes up probably 25% of that land in the center, and again provides another mid-block connection where pedestrians can get from Bloor Street up to Cumberland and through Yorkville. And we've developed several other properties. These are the 2 largest properties. And our approach has always been to work collaboratively with planning staff and the community. We have deep relationships in this neighborhood. We have a relationship with Jesse Ketchum Public School. We donated, I think, approximately $1.6 million and an additional $350,000, which saw the refurbishment of their gym, which I was privileged enough to be at the ribbon cutting about a year ago. You know, we've spoken to our neighbors. Again, we always have a collaborative approach to what we're doing in this area. And what we've been doing in this area is focusing on built form, that provides much-needed housing, but is also sensitive to the pedestrian experience. If you know Yorkville and you walk this neighborhood, I think there's been a lot of need to enhance the urban fabric and the pedestrian experience through this area, because that's how most people experience built form throughout the city of Toronto. So this is just an example of what's going on in the area. Next slide, please.
I assume it's
Yes.
on the east side of Bay, north of Bloor, is that?
Yes, it is.
That's right.
Yes, it is. So we are the tower in orange, and what you see is we're relatively small, or not that tall in comparison to what's happening in the general area. So we had a 35-story building approved for this site, and we, this was a few years back, and since then the context has evolved, and we've worked very closely with planning staff, and we've had an iterative process with planning staff. We've gone back and forth on what type of variances they would accept, and the variance application that you see in front of you is supported by planning staff, and it's the result of negotiations with planning staff, and that is the additional 4 stories. Next slide after this, it's just a different angle, please. Just illustrating that we're sitting on a lot of transit, and which is where we develop mostly. We don't do anything work in greenfield suburbs. It's all transit-oriented sites. Next slide, please. This is what the building looks like, and what we've done is, if you know this corner, it's a very hard corner with not a lot of boulevard space for pedestrians. So we set back the corner to create open sight lines, and we've widened the boulevards so that this, specifically this corner, feels a lot more friendlier to the people who are living and working in this neighborhood, which we thought is critical. Especially on that corner in the middle slide, you see that we've set back the podium, glazed it, it's well lit, so that you have sight lines open and closed for pedestrians, because the Four Seasons is very, very close, and it comes down very harshly, so we wanted to kind of recess this building a little bit. And then we also, you know, I'm a planning student, and there's this Jane Jacobs notion of I want eyes on the street, so above there's a podium, and we broke it on the 3rd slide. You see a recess, and that is amenity space that allows people to look down on this corner as well, so it should hopefully be a little safer and a little friendlier. Next slide, please. This is just what it looks like at 35 stories and what it looks like at 39 stories with the additional 4 stories. Next slide, please. This illustrates the site plan. We have done nothing in terms of changing setbacks, et cetera. The only thing we've done is made the building a little taller, and again, that's been in consultation with planning staff. Next slide, please. This is where we add the floors. Next slide, please. And this is just a series of similar variances that for additional height and consequentially gross floor area that have been approved by the Committee of Adjustment. I'm not sure if they've been approved by this panel, but by the Committee of Adjustment. So we explored, and we want to understand these precedents, and we are in line with previous approvals. Previous approvals granted up to about 5 stories, and we're under that with 4 stories. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have that I haven't addressed.
Right. I didn't see any planning staff report on this.
I had a conversation with David Dreger, who's the manager of planning, and he communicated that they would not be submitting anything because they have no issue with the application. The only time that they would submit is if they had conditions, and he said we have no conditions as well. And we're aware of the TTC letter, we have a relationship with them, and I have no issue with their letter as well.
It's an issue for me, and as I understand, the zoning bylaw was passed less than a year ago, I think March of last year in 2023.
Yes.
And that approved 35 stories, and in your variance application, you're asking to add 4 additional stories, and if my note is right, that would be for 35 additional residential units?
Approximately, yes, correct, sir.
That's right, okay, right.
But I do have an email chain with planning staff, and planning staff has expressed no concerns. And again, I did specifically speak to the manager of the planning section, and that's what he communicated to me as of yesterday.
All right, thank you, members, yes.
Well, just first of all, it would be helpful to have that kind of email chain included in the materials so that we can see.
Okay.
So for future reference.
Okay.
Because normally we do have for these kinds of things, we do have a planning report, even if it's just to say everything's fine. So it's actually useful for us to have that kind of indication. So just for future reference.
I totally understand, sir. I did communicate with him, and he communicated what I just.
You can also, I mean, some people just include the email chain or the last email.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So,
And I can do that if
yeah, just for future
required.
reference. So just a few questions. I mean, obviously, I can totally see why you're doing this, and it's obviously not as tall as the other buildings in the area. And I very much liked the work you did on the ground floor.
Thank you.
That sounds really good. I'm just wondering why I mean, obviously, I understand, you know, the desire for some more units, but I was wondering why it wasn't possible to increase the amenity space a little bit to get closer to the requirements, since you're adding 4 floors.
We spoke to planning on that, and we asked them if they wanted us to increase the amenity space, and again, the email chain would have been helpful. And it was communicated that we're okay if you keep it as is, and what we were discussing at the time was the fact that our development to the south provides, I think, a 25% open space parkland dedication, so it was rationalized that even if this site is a little deficient, the site that you're developing directly to the south has more than enough amenity space to kind of accommodate these residents, and that was kind of the rationale, but
Okay.
that's all there is to it.
And even for the like indoor amenity space as well, that was the part of the rationale?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then my other question is just purely curiosity.
Yes.
I noticed that the south building, you're keeping most of the existing building.
Yes, we are.
Right? The north building, is that keeping some of the facade, existing facade?
No, the north building will be a total new rebuild.
Completely new.
We will
rebuild.
demolish it and build it from scratch. And we kept the south building because that contains office. And in our discussions with planning staff during the original application, planning staff wanted us to retain some office slash employment uses on site, and that's why that building is remaining
Okay.
in situ as an office building.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else for the applicant? No? All right. Thanks very much, sir. We'll see if there are speakers. No speakers. All right, all right. Okay. All right, thanks very much then, sir. We'll take this into committee for discussion. I've indicated, you know, my own view, as I have difficulty with this, if we were adding a story or a story and a half, perhaps a minor variance, and I'm feeling that the ink on the zoning bylaw is not very dry yet. So that's kind of where I'm from, but I'd like to hear from other members. Okay. Or bring forward a motion.
I'll chime in. I agree with you. I think, like, when you go for a zoning amendment, you go in and you're negotiating with a lot of different parties, transportation, whatnot, even though transportation parking isn't a factor here. And I can't imagine how things would have changed so substantially that they would ask for, it doesn't feel right to me that that wasn't asked for at the time of the variance application.
I'm sorry. I can answer that question if so desired.
I would like to hear the answer.
Yes. All right, we'll come out of the committee, yes, and we'd like to, please.
I'm sorry, there's something that I should have actually, I was on 5 minutes, so I'm just going through everything so quickly, so I apologize. So when we actually first started this rezoning process, the height was dictated by the desire from the community and planning staff for us to mitigate shadow on Jesse Ketchum Park. That's how it all started. So that's why we're at 35 stories. After the rezoning was approved, the one, which is a gorgeous building, hopefully it'll be built soon. After this was approved, the one went through a rezoning process where they added height, and that cast additional shadow on Jesse Ketchum. So when that happened, I was having a conversation with the same manager in planning, and we were discussing it, and he actually said, he said to me, the one has increased the shadow on Jesse Ketchum, which means that when your shadow will now fall within that shadow line, so you can explore adding more shadow. So if you go to the shadow study, can you go to, yes, right there, on the right, our shadow is outlined in orange. That shadow used to be lined up with the shadow of the one building. After one went through a rezoning, which just happened in the past year, they got taller and they cast more shadow. And so that's why we're here. So the height was only regulated by shadow on Jesse Ketchum. And so when this happened, we said, well, what can we go for? Can we go for an additional 5? Is it 6? Is it 3? And then we actually did a lot of work with planning staff, and the communication was, you can increase your height as long as you fall within the shadow at this time of the one approval that came after you. And so that's how it evolved. If we didn't have the shadow issue, the building would probably be 60 stories. And that's why it was at 35 stories. And to note, we're 35 stories, currently asking for 39. The Four Seasons is, I think, in the 50 to 60 story range. The TPA site is in the 60 story range, but that is the evolution of why we are coming back in front of committee for the additional height. It's because the context changed, one was approved for additional shadow, and we are just falling within it.
Okay, thank you, but you really should have led with that.
I was
That-
running out of time,
that-
I'm sorry,
No,
I'm
no,
so
like you could have
sorry.
started with that because that's directly affecting the variances that we're talking
Isn't this
about.
zone originally a 60-meter height zone? And then you've got additional height beyond that through your variance process?
The old zoning would have been probably, yeah, for everything. So every new tower that's gone up in this area, they would have required a rezoning. And I do
I was
apologize.
just making the point, you got a concession already from the city in your previous decision. That's all I was trying to make the conclusion, and now we're going for an additional concession through a minor variance process that feels strange to me so soon, that's all.
And that was the rationale behind it, yes.
Question.
Yes.
If I may, Mr. Chair, when was the height added to the one, perhaps the applicant knows? I believe it was recent because I read it in the news, but when did all this unfold?
It was recent. It was final and binding, I think, through the Ontario Land Tribunal sometime in 2023. After that happened, that's when the conversation started on this site.
That was my next question.
And that was the thing, that was the issue that was dictating height. And to your point, I don't often make presentations in front of committee, so I'm a bit nervous, so I apologize. But I want to be here in person, just to explain it. I ran out of time, but that's the rationale behind it.
That's correct, yes, S. Jordan, and, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to confirm, if we can go to the slide just before this, there is a very slight, from my understanding, there is a slight shadowing as a result of the 4 stories, but it's, I think you guys noted it as
There's a
quite a sliver.
There's a tiny sliver, and that was what we were discussing with planning and there was always a tiny sliver. The tiny sliver has maybe increased by a few inches, and planning has communicated that they were okay with it.
And I'll just say too, so I noted there was like a TTC condition that they would want a technical review of the, you're aware if that were approved, it'd be conditional, okay?
Yes, we are, sir.
Okay. All right, back into committee, members, what's your will on this application?
Now that we've had an explanation of this, I feel satisfied that it's reasonable, and I understand the rationale for a quick turnaround. And it's providing more housing, and the buildings around it are taller, so I don't really have a big problem with this. Although sometimes I do with these things, but not with this one.
Do you care to put forward a motion then?
Sure,
Mr.
I'll put forward a motion. Okay, so I move that, given that this is providing more housing, which is a goal of the city, that it is still lower than the other buildings, that it has approval by planning, we are assured, and that the impact of the increased height is minimal and minor. I move that we approve of these variances with the TTC condition.
Is there a second? Yeah, Mr.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay. All right, the motion then, members, all in favor then of the approval? All right, we have 3 and 2 refuse, and we have 2, I think, is that anything else? All right, myself and Mr. Hahn. All right, the majority has approved this, so you have the approval with that condition.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 11. This was held because we had a registered speaker. We no longer see the speaker online. So we can proceed. You can introduce the item.
Yes, okay. So the property address is 140 Chiltern Hill Road. Purpose is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition and a rear ground floor deck. So it's a rear second-story addition and a rear ground floor deck. Committee has, as usual, survey, plans, elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property. We have a Metrolinx advisory report, We have supporting correspondence from Janice Friedman at 137 Chiltern Hill Road, and we also have 5 form letters in support by persons on well, Rostrov Road and Chiltern Hill Road. Okay, all right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we will unmute the agent.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on behalf of the application.
Yes, thank you, Sean. Okay, yes, and it is afternoon. We'll have to see what we can do with that. Okay. So I mentioned support. Do you want to give just a very brief outline of your application and why you feel the tests are met here?
This is a really straightforward application. The applicants are looking to construct a second floor above the existing first floor footprint. And so that is triggering the 3 variances that are before you. The side yard setback and the eaves projection are both existing conditions, just being extended to this new second floor above the first floor. And the FSI is quite modest and well below the average that has been approved on the street. In my opinion, this meets the 4 tests and should be supportable.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this speaker? No, there are none. All right. All right, thank you. Members, we're in the committee. We're going to like to put forward a motion on this, if this is the appropriate way to go. Thank you. A motion by Peter Reed to approve. And is there a seconder for that motion then, please? Yes, Mr. Dylan Reed, seconds the motion.
There we go.
I think gives
at least once a time.
Doubles the density, I believe. All right. All right, so we have that motion. It's been put forward. It's been seconded. All in favor then of this? It is unanimously approved. Mr. Gibson, your minor variance application is approved.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 12. This item was held because we do have a registered speaker online.
I see, all right. It is 143 Queen. Let me just catch up my stuff here. At 1438 and 1440 Queen Street West, to alter the existing 2-story mixed-use building by constructing a rear 2nd-story addition and a complete 3rd-story addition. There'll be a total of 16 residential dwelling units on this lot. As I say, 16 residential units. Committee has the usual survey site plan elevations, a photograph of a tree on the property. We have a staff report from Transportation Services. We have opposition correspondence from a person at 1399 Queen Street West. So that's what we have before us. And, yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we will unmute the agent.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. On item 12.
Yes, it's Joe Battaglia, the architect.
Thank you, Joe.
And I really have nothing more to add. I read the planning staff report, and I'm okay with the Transportation Services request to move the parking spaces slightly into the property. So I ask that the committee approve our application.
Any questions for the speaker? Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have some concerns with the fact that this is a property that was listed by City Council in 2020. I don't see any comments from Heritage Planning. Perhaps a question for the applicant, whether there was any discussion with Heritage Planning, or perhaps he can address the fact that this is a listed property.
I was unaware that it was a listed property. I was not informed that it was a listed property. What I've done, though, is I've continued the facade that was existing up to the 2nd story, or the additional story. So that if you look at the elevations, we're not changing the style of the building. So, but if you say that Heritage should have been informed, I don't know. I was never made aware that that was the case.
That's it.
Yes, question from Peter
Sorry,
Reed.
are you still going?
I just had a question whether or not this application would benefit from a deferral, given that the applicant is not even aware that the property is listed. So,
Well, I have a question for you. Listed, I take it, is the first step, but we're not at a designation level for this property. Is that correct? Yes.
yeah, it's not designated. I did read the report from council on this. While it's not, I would say while it's not formally designated as a listed property, you know, it does show, it has been identified to have what the city calls significant cultural heritage value. And I think that this, frankly, as it stands, is a premature application, because I'm actually surprised, frankly, that we don't have any report from Heritage, and to hear that the applicant isn't aware that this is a listed property on Queen Street West, frankly, is a little concerning. So I think this application might benefit from a deferral, at least until we can, at least so we can provide the applicant the opportunity to have a discussion with Heritage Planning.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Gibbon, what's your response in terms of that proposal, and that the matter be deferred so that the issue of well, let's say classification under heritage legislation should be considered and thought about?
As I say, I have tried to keep the style in keeping with what's already there. So I would be amenable to cooperating with Heritage in the whatever terms, whatever they would like us to adjust to our design. But you can make that as a point of approval, that if approval is granted, that we deal with the heritage people in order to achieve something that is in character with the style of the building. So we don't want to, delay the process. We want to cooperate with Heritage in any way we can. So let's.
We'd have to frame some type of condition.
There is a fairly standard heritage condition, isn't there?
There is, but my concern is that it's, and we had this discussion prior, but my concern is that substantially in accordance with would, typically with an application like this, what Heritage would ask for is some form of setback off of the heritage section, which is on Queen Street West. Not to say that it wouldn't support intensification on a higher level, but typically with these things, you'll see some setback afforded to distinguish what is the contributing part of the building versus what is the new addition. In this case, the application is proposing to simply extend the facade and kind of match it, which I frankly have concerns with, because it's frankly not in line with the policies and procedures of heritage planning, or on a provincial or federal level. Those guidelines are pretty.
But listed buildings are usually just end up being
facade, but in this case, the facade's being extended up. They're not maintaining the facade, they're taking a portion of it, and it is a pretty significant modification from a heritage planning standpoint. And I think just some minor tweaks, perhaps a slight setback on the third level, will help to preserve this this building to the satisfaction of.
Is the heritage condition often just like subject to approval from Heritage?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I was going to raise that. The standard condition is prior to the issuance of a building permit drawings, including plans, elevations, and details, shall be submitted to the satisfaction of the senior manager, heritage planning, urban design, city planning, and a heritage permit shall be obtained under the provision of Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
So would that give Heritage an opportunity to ask for revisions to the
Most
plan?
definitely, yeah.
So maybe if we include that.
So that would
address
be,
your-
that would be the wording if committee were to approve on the condition, on this condition.
Right, and that would
right?
give Heritage an opportunity to actually say that changes need to be made.
Most
Is that-
definitely, yeah,
I-
so.
I think that would work.
I think that would be comfortable with a condition of that nature. I think it might be appropriate in this case. I guess my question is whether or not the condition would permit HPS to request an additional setback off the front elevation, or whether they're going to be, we're really dealing with things like material or window.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, if that's the case, then the applicant either complies or they have to come back to committee with a new application.
Okay, so
that's
HPS would have.
That's, the responsibility that the agent is taking with proceeding today with a decision.
And members, we still have a speaker or two yet on this application.
Fair enough. I appreciate it. I wanted to flag it before we go
Yeah,
through the
sure.
whole.
So, fine, as agent then, if you would stand by, and we're going to hear from speakers on this.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we
Yeah.
do have one speaker in
Okay.
opposition. So we will unmute the resident, I believe at 1438 Queen Street West, Unit 4.
I'm sorry, and unit was, sorry, address?
Unit
14?
4. I believe they're at 1438.
Thank you.
That's what I have listed here. Hello?
That's correct. Hi, my name is Aslan Gruen. I'm a resident of 1438 Queen Street West, Unit 4, and I wanted to voice my opposition of the building or demolition.
Sorry,
Sorry, can you hear me
Through
now?
you, Mr. Chair, perhaps maybe this resident is unsure of the purpose. So we'll read the purpose out one more time. To alter the existing two-story mixed-use building by constructing a rear second-story addition and a complete third-story addition. So they're not demolishing the building.
The N13 that he served me said that he was planning on demolishing this and moving me and the other 4 residents of the building out. He's handed this to me 2 days ago, and I was just barely able to get into this meeting. He's been refusing repairs on this unit for the past year. I haven't heard anything for this year. He's bought this about 2 years ago. At the time, had not in. At the time, he didn't have any plans to demolish it. I know the variance, or the meeting today is about a variance, but that is not the information that he gave me. There's a grocery store on the bottom level that a lot of the community level or senior citizens depend on. My mother-in-law and father-in-law lives in the adjacent apartment to us. They wouldn't have a place to live. Myself and my family would not have a place to live. We've lived here since 2007. This is now the 3rd landlord that we've had, and we really got blindsided by the notification of his plans to demolish and to essentially rent-evict us. He gave us a notification that he was planning on kicking us out by June 28th.
I see, okay. Sorry, just saying the purpose of the application says there will be a total of 14 residential dwelling units on this lot. How many are there now?
There are 4 apartments here, and then 2 stores beneath us that have been merged into one. It's only a 2-story building. I'm not sure at all where he plans on putting the other additional units. The paperwork that he showed me said that he was applying for 16
Yes.
apartment units in here.
Yes.
There would be no comparable place to live, because currently our places wouldn't fit into a house of that footprint with the comparable unit.
All right, thank you. Members, any further questions for this speaker? No, all right. All right, sir, thank you. And if that's
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll go back to the agent.
Exactly, yes.
Goodness.
All right, if the agent would come back online, please.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not sure whether this falls under the area of the Committee of Adjustment. It would probably fall under the Landlord and Tenant Act if the way I understand it, he's not really kicking him out. He's just replacing him at another location. So it's not as if he's trying to put this fellow out of accommodation. So the idea that we're trying to do is to try to increase rental affordable units. So I'm not sure this falls under the Committee of Adjustments realm.
Agree we're not handling the landlord and tenant matters, but we are just trying to understand the form. So there will be a demolition at first then. And
well, there be some demolition has to occur in order to achieve the addition, but the addition, you know, it's not as if you know, this is not the first time that people have had to adjust their living accommodation in order to achieve some construction, a renovation in the area.
All right, just very quickly, I see variance 4 then relates to parking spaces on the site. So apparently the zoning requires 12 parking spaces, and 2 are going to be provided on site when your project is finished. That's correct,
Yep.
is it? Yep.
Yeah, the parking requirements, I think, are being waived for these kinds of applications now.
It's true that they are reduced, yes. Members, any questions? Yes, for this, sorry, I monopolized a bit. Peter Reed,
No
please
worries.
go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have a question on variance number 3, and I understand that's for the side lot lines. And I understand why you can't meet the 5.5, but what's being provided is 1.12, which is about 4 feet, for the kind of the middle part of your lots. But does that mean that if the adjacent property owner were to build a 3-story building with a blank wall, they could go up to the property line and do that and back as far as they're able to with within the permits of the zoning?
I would think that would be possible. Obviously, if it's a blank wall, we're still 1.2 meters away, which allows us to put fenestration along that facade. It doesn't matter where the wall of the neighbor is, because if there are no openings on his wall, then if there is a fire, which generally goes through openings, it would hit a brick wall. So.
Right, I understand that, but I'm just more concerned about the quality of these units. That'll be, you could basically have a 4-foot shaft going down 2 stories, and that's the only light that the majority of the units in the building are getting. Is that correct?
Well, that's the Ontario Building Code, which permits windows to be that distance from the property line.
Right, okay, thanks.
Allowed a certain percentage of openings. Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. Members, let's go into committee, and if one wants to put forward.
Sorry, through you, Mr.
Sorry.
Chair. Can the applicant just confirm how many existing rental units are there now, currently?
It's a question about the current number of rental units that are on the site at the moment.
Well, I think that there were 4 units. I can't remember exactly, but I think there was 4 units. We're reducing the size of the units because they're quite large. So we're getting double that, and then we're adding to the back as well to get our number.
So you're certain that there's only 4, or you think there's only 4? And the reason why I say that is because if there is more than that, then you need to submit the rental demolition and conversion application, which hasn't been submitted.
Is that for committee?
Yes,
That
it is.
question is for you.
No, I'm saying this rental conversion and demolition application
Yep, that would be something that
for
you
the
need
building
to submit.
department, or is that for
No,
committee?
that is something that you need to submit at the time of committee of adjustment.
Okay. And we can show what's there. We have drawings of the existing building. It may not have been added to the package.
Just to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is there, sorry, is this sort of a standard but a line? In other words, is there a number of apartments that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it's 6 and more.
6 or more, okay, yeah.
I just want to ensure that
Yeah.
we're not missing anything at this time.
Sure, no, very good. No, I think, if you're proposing 16, I think he likely has to do that.
Let's see what we got.
Sir, would you be interested in a deferral so that the question of changing residential property are met? We can look into that. Sorry, I'm not up to speed just on that particular kind of legislation.
Well, what I think should have been done is they should have told us during this whole process, because we've been waiting a long time to get this through.
Through you, Mr. Chair, all of that information is on the webpage for submitting an application to the Committee of Adjustment. It is part of the checklist that lists out all of the requirements for a Committee of Adjustment application. The question is, are there more than 6 rental units on the site? And I believe that the agent is not able to confirm whether it's 4, 5, 6, or more at this time.
If you count the store below, which is two separate units joined into one, then yes, of course, there's 6.
So if there are 6 rental units, then
Yeah.
perhaps the committee needs to consider to defer this application so that we get further information.
Does the requirement include retail units as well as?
Rental,
As well as rental?
just residential rental.
Just residential rental. So the question is whether there's more than 6 or more residential units in this existing building. Do you know?
I can find out. I'd have to call the owner. I was hoping he would be attending, but he's not, so.
I just mean relating to our purpose, it says there will be a total of 16 residential
I
units.
know, regardless,
You may be captured by that.
yeah, well, regardless, we should have been notified even if we missed the site, the website.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm just going to take us into committee here, yes.
If there's under 6, they have to declare it?
Not under 6. If
Yeah,
there's 6
so-
or more, then they have to fill out a form.
But he can't assure us.
So we're under 6.
Yeah.
I see,
Okay.
I got it.
It seems like a deferral is in order here for for 2 different reasons.
All right, sir, committee, really, I think the consensus is that we should defer this matter so that, a change of residential use and number of units that are involved, so that can be explored, and it hasn't been. All right.
As well as the heritage issue.
Yes, please.
Please put a motion forward then. Mr. Allison, can I ask you to?
Sure, of course. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to bring a motion to defer the subject application to provide the applicant opportunity to address some of the statutory requirements, as well as to address heritage, the fact that this is a listed property. Yes, that's it.
Your seconder then, Mr. Dillon Reed, thank you. All in favor then of that deferral on those grounds? Okay. That's unanimous, sir. So we've got you have a deferral and some matters to follow up on, and hopefully then you can return in reasonable time. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 13. This was held because we do have one registered speaker in interest.
Beresford Avenue. All right, members, so we're just returning to number 13 on our agenda as we try to work toward a lunch hour. 13 and 18 Beresford Avenue. The application is to alter the existing 1.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition and a new rear ground deck with stairs. Committee has before it then a plan, a survey, site plan, elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property. We have a covering letter from Ms. Catherine Harrison, agent, and there's correspondence in opposition to the matter, so we'll be dealing with the speaker there. All right.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just point of correction, it's not in opposition, it's more of an interest.
Oh, I see.
But the speaker will speak to that.
Okay.
So at this time, we will unmute the agent.
Thank you, yes. Just gonna-
So Catherine Harrison, you've been unmuted.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Kate Harrison. I am the architect and agent for 18 Beresford Avenue, and I'm located at 78 DeForest Road in Toronto. And I believe there was it said a letter of objection when it was posted. However, it was more like a letter of no objection. When you scroll to the bottom of page 3, the author did a very good job of going through each of the 3 variances that we're requesting and described how these were making an impact on the application. However, at the end of the letter from the Swansea Ratepayers Association, they state that they do not oppose the application.
Well, thank you for that.
And would the committee like a presentation on the 3 variances we are seeking?
I don't think it's required. Thank you. Just ask you to stand by for a moment then. Sorry.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we will unmute Nicholas Singh.
Yeah.
Nicholas, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon. Yes.
Committee members, yeah. Today we are looking at the application of 18 Beresford Avenue, and as been mentioned, we are not in opposition to this application, but we're still concerned that the committee deals properly with this application as it would with any application. On January 16th, I attended a review of efforts to improve the committee. Those efforts were guided by a review done by KPMG, who actually did 2 reviews of the committee. According to both reports, found that there was confusion about the committee's purpose. And that's not surprising. I've appeared at over 30 hearings before this committee since last June.
So I'm just going to jump in, but then you're alluding to sort of an outside consultant planning study on the Committee of Adjustment and essentially how it's functioning. And so, you know, if so it relates to that, sir, it's really not germane to the variances that are before us. And you say you're not adverse to the variances before us. So I've acknowledged the process, and no doubt it'll continue. But is it really germane to what we have before us this afternoon?
What I have is germane to every application before you.
All right,
So
please proceed.
I'd like to continue.
Yeah,
Yes.
I interrupted, but you got some time. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. What's important is, of course, that the committee apply the 4 tests and put reasons for its decision in writing. But this has not yet happened to any satisfactory extent. Unfortunately, KPMG report was done before Bill 23, so it did not address the situation we're in today. To be honest, I am encouraged by the discussion I've heard from today's panel. in terms of planning considerations, but I really haven't heard much in the way of official plan arguments. So I understand you're drawn from all walks of life, and suddenly you have to become legal experts, planning experts, and judges all at the same time. And as the last case demonstrates, it can be quite necessary. I appreciate this is a tough job. So what I've done with this application is to take seriously my own requests that I've been making over the last 9 months. And I've presented to the committee a written justification that applies each of the variances as Section 45 and the committee's own public notice and the committee's rules of procedure require to be done. So in our written submission, you find the variance, as the applicant discussed. You find the variance, you find discussion, and you find a finding. You're entirely free to find fault with the reasonings and the findings we have presented, in which case I would ask the committee to put its own alternate reasonings in writing so that the committee can be seen to have applied the particular test to the particular variance, and so the public can understand what to expect in the future. This would help guide developers to better understand the bylaws and to help everyone to understand how the 4 tests work. So one of the findings of the KPMG report was that there is no consistency across the Committee of Adjustment panels. In fact, I've attended sessions where the committee has ruled one way on one case and the opposite way a few hours later. I think that properly written decisions would help provide continuity across the Committee of Adjustment system and form a library of decisions that could be examined and help ensure fairness and reliability to the public and applicants. This would be similar to jurisprudence that we see for various courts. So our written submission for 18 Beresford should be viewed in this light. So thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any question or issue? No. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll go back to the agent.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
I thank Nicholas for his submission and his rationale, and I welcome any questions from the committee.
All right. I see no questions. I think we'll take it into committee. Seems reasonably straightforward and no sorry. Members, what's your wish on this, dealing with it?
Chair?
Yes, thank you. All right.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I think this is a very straightforward application and very restrained. I think that the bulk of the new build is being maintained on the existing footprint and towards the middle of the house, goes to lessen impacts of that. And the variances related to the eaves are just a continuation of the existing, and the deck is a common situation in the area, and I think the impacts of that are also minimal. So I think it meets the 4 tests, and I move approval with no conditions.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
I want to second it, and just noting that I'm pleased the applicant has already included privacy screening for the heightened deck. So it's great to see that that's already there. So I second the motion.
All right, members, the motion is before us. All in favor? All right. This seems to be unanimous, so that's your application is approved.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 14.
Yeah.
This was held because we thought we had a registered speaker. We don't. So we can deal with this application at this time.
Fine. 14 is 65 ROWANWOOD Avenue, for the purpose then to alter the existing 2 1/2-story detached house by constructing a 3rd-story rear addition and a rear 3rd-story deck on the roof of the 2nd story below. Committee has communications, a plan of survey and elevations, the usual, 7 photographs of trees, presentation materials from Richard D. Oliveira, who's agent, and we have a staff report from Teresa. We may have an urban forestry condition here. And we have correspondence in support and form letters in support.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Thank you.
Okay, Richard D. Oliveira, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. It's Richard D. Oliveira from Replacement Design, representing the owners of 65 ROWANWOOD Avenue.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's get to that. Thanks, I'm just calling up, yeah, I just wanted to get those, all right. Well, I think in a very, well, let's just say, members, are there questions for this, this applicant? No, Baird, all right. We'll just ask him to stand by, and yes.
I had a question, just a technical question. The proposed addition, the photo that is on the screen in front of us, is that visible from the street, from the sidewalk across the street?
No, it is not. We wanted to imply the front elevation is remaining unchanged. You know, if you are further down the street, you may see some of that upper level roof towards the rear of the property, but from these angles in and around the property, it's not visible from the street.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, anything further from members? No, okay, all right. Let's take this into committee then. And, I'm sorry, I have this one. Do we have a further speaker or not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no speakers.
Okay. Members, shall we proceed to a motion? Why don't we? Mr. Peter Reed, would you like to kick us off?
My pleasure, Chair. Yeah, no, I'm looking at this application. I think it's very reasonable, especially with the size of houses in this area. This is in line with redevelopments, I think, that I've seen before on the panel. I'm happy to see that there's no side or rear yard setback variances being proposed. I think that goes to minimize any of the GFA that's being added to this. So I think it's reasonable and it meets the 4 tests. So I'll move approval subject to urban forestry condition 2, and I was happy to see the neighbor support as well.
Is there a seconder for that motion, condition? Yes, Mr. Gauguin. All right. All in favor, approval? All right, we have
One dissent.
One dissent and 4 approval and dissent. Mr. Johnson, thank you for both. So we moved ourselves to
Yes.
14 to Rowanwood, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to item number 15.
15, okay.
Yeah, and this was held because we do have registered speakers in opposition.
The record note that the chair is playing with his paper there. So, all right, let's get to 15. That's okay. So that's I can take it off there. 21 Scarth Road. It's item 15 on our agenda. The purpose is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a rear ground floor deck. Committee has before it survey, site plans, elevations. We have 13 photographs of the subject property. We have a neighbor's shadow study prepared by Tracy Cooper. We have presentation materials from Richard D. Oliveira, agent. Commenting agents, we have an urban forestry comment, so we'll check on that. There's support correspondence from person at 29th Scarth Road. And we have 4 form letters signed by the members, occupants on 27th Scarth Road and, 51 Cluny Drive, 116 South Drive, and 152 Roxborough Drive. We have correspondence in concern from 2 persons. We have opposition. We have correspondence and opposition from, appears to be 3 persons, so we'll deal with that. And there are also 3 form letters in opposition signed by occupants of 5, 2, I guess it's apartment 15 and 33 Scarth Road, and 3 form letters in opposition. So some in support, some against on this. All right, may we have the agent please come online then? You can unmute that person?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we've unmuted Richard D. Oliveira.
Good afternoon once again. Richard De Oliveira here representing the owners of 21 SCARTH Road.
Thank you, yes. Okay. See that there are 3 variances, and we're just taking a quick look at that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have registered speakers in opposition, so we'll need a presentation from the applicant.
All right, sir, I know some variance sought for dwelling length and dwelling depth, so would you please give us a concise version of your proposal?
Certainly. Our clients purchased the house last year. They are a family of 4 with 4 lively young children with connections to the neighborhood and its character. Our proposal aims to enhance their living space while preserving the front elevation, which was a priority for our clients. I'd like to note that there is urgent remedial work underway unrelated to this proposal, and that is compliant with permits and inspections through Toronto Building. With reference to the attached presentation, if we can go to page 2. So the variance is related to the rear deck. You can see here the variance is minor, maintains the platform side yard setback with that of the existing house and the addition. The second variance, if you can refer to page 4, please. So our following variance here is length. The variance is consistent with previous decisions, and we've noted a few of the previous Committee of Adjustment decisions related to length. And then the next item, page 5, please. That's related to depth. This variance, this is a more modest depth variance reflecting the property size and previous approvals. Also noteworthy is our second floor is within compliance of the depth. So if you can relate to the next page, so page 6 here. We designed the rear addition focusing on aesthetics, functionality, and community harmony. Choices such as stepping back the addition and omitting upper level balconies prioritize privacy and minimize disruptions to the neighboring properties. If you can scroll to the next page, you can get a sense of the step effect that we took here. And then if you can scroll to page 8, please. Throughout this process, we've prioritized preserving existing trees and canopies and the landscape specifically. And we've sought feedback and collaboration from the neighbors by canvassing the area on February 13th. We did leave notes and cards for those that did not answer. And we want to emphasize communication and community engagement. So I thank you for your time here, and we're open for questions and moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks. I note that Urban Forestry is suggesting, or not, is asking for condition number 2 to be imposed, and familiar with that? Are you satisfied with that?
Yes, we have no issue with that condition.
Thank you. Okay. All right, members, any questions for the applicant?
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we will call up the residents at 25 SCARTH Road. They are here in person.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm Tracy Cooper, and this is John Friedrichsen. We're the owners and residents of 25 SCARTH Road. We're here today to object to the zoning bylaw variances proposed by the owner of 21 SCARTH Road, the residential property located immediately to the south of our home. We've lived in our home on SCARTH Road for 10 years. We're proud long-term residents of our growing city, and we're well acquainted with urban life in Toronto, including the renovation and expansion of residential properties. We view the city's zoning bylaws as essential in maintaining the right balance between the natural and built environment and respect for other residents in our community. We made a substantial investment with the purchase of our home, like many others in our city. Of critical importance to us is making this decision. It was the enjoyment that we would get from our very light-filled house, both inside, through the ample windows, and outdoors in our rear garden. I'm just looking to see, did we get page 17 up there? No, I just wanted that's the proposed, that was number 1. If it's possible, could you please put number 2 on, which is the view from our kitchen window at the rear of our house and the view from our rear second floor master bedroom window. Yes, I gave you the reference number. It's number 2. If you just watch that. If the photo, you can just let me know if the photo comes up. Once the photo comes up, everybody will be able to see it's clear. These homes are close together. Actions that are taken on either property can significantly impact the other and other homes within close proximity. The building of this proposed size, less than 3 feet from our property line, will have significant impact on the enjoyment of our home inside and out. The giant brick wall will cut our sense of space and sight lines substantially on both the first and the second floor, hiding sky, trees, openness, and privacy. It will also significantly impact the enjoyment of our garden, which is a beautiful oasis used 3 seasons of the year. We gain significant enjoyment from the morning light, which enters the rear of our home from the east and south. The shadows will be considerably increased, throwing shade against our home and in our back garden. Of the 3 variances requested, we're particularly concerned with the second listed variance, which will have a significant negative impact on the enjoyment of our home and on neighboring homes as well.
Thank you. Let me continue. The maximum permitted length is 17 meters. The altered dwelling will have a length of 20.65 meters. This is a request for a house that is 3.65 meters or 12 feet longer than the maximum length allowed under the city's already generous residential zoning bylaws, supporting appropriate residential building and land use under the city's official plan. As residents, we rely on our city's bylaws to keep residential neighborhoods in line with planning standards, supporting good quality and livable residential neighborhoods, and rely on our city officials to enforce these bylaws as they form a foundation supporting a healthy growth plan for the city. The planned renovation of an already large, single-family home that adds no new dwellings is of significant scale, increasing length by 47% of the existing length, recognizing that just over half of this is permitted under the applicable zoning bylaw. However, a variance in excess of 21% of the permitted building length of an already large single-family home is not minor. Because of the curvature of SCARTH Road and the location of the subject property relative to our property, the requested variance has a much more extreme impact on our rear garden view and light than if no curvature existed. As you can see from the planned addition and the cast shadow, I'd like to show that up. The proposed renovation causes a significant increase, and the applicant's gain in square footage will be our loss of light, significantly impacting our enjoyment, replacing sky and tree views with a monolithic 2-story brick wall. Though not under consideration at this meeting, we have additional concerns related to the planned excavation to a depth of 20 feet under the proposed 2-story extension of the house. This excavation presents risks of flooding of our home and damage to trees near our property line. We have an overarching concern regarding the reasonableness of such an excavation of a property that is zoned residential and sets a precedent for overconstruction in our residential neighborhood. I will conclude by lastly saying we would like to point out that the applicant has never communicated with us regarding the planned renovation, including the zoning bylaw variances being requested, as strongly recommended by the city. In fact, contrary to this best practice, the applicant's builders has solicited letters of support from property owners located several blocks away from 21 Scarth Road. Not surprisingly, we learned these letters are from current or past clients of the builder. We think these latter facts point to the character of the applicant to disingenuously convey support from unaffected parties while ignoring true community engagement and consultation of interested parties, strongly recommended by our city's building guidelines. There is little doubt that this contributed to the concern of neighbors and the 11 letters of opposition filed. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to express our concerns.
Thank you. Any questions for the speakers? All right. Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will now unmute the resident at 12 Scarth Road. Gregory, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I hear you. Yes.
You can hear me. Okay. Yeah, my name's Gregory Wheaton, and I live at 12 Scarth Road, and that's immediately across the street from the property under development. I've listened to what John and Tracy have just stated, and I completely agree with their viewpoints and fully support them. I'm especially extremely concerned with what I see with the renovations going on across the street. Starting with the proposed above-ground addition. It's beyond excessive. It's just massive. It's an additional 12 feet longer than what's permitted by the city bylaws. This giant house addition is going to affect the backyard of the Friedrichsons and their enjoyment that they cherish, you know, when they're outside enjoying their time in the backyard. It will block out a lot of the sunlight and really adverse the effects that their enjoyment that they're able to appreciate at this point in time. The digging down in order to build that addition is going to probably kill the mature trees that are lining the property line. I think it's obscene. It should not, no variance should be given. The maximum length that I understand that should be allowed is 9 feet, and that's within the city bylaws. And I don't understand why this is considered as a minor variance when it's anything but minor. It's huge. And my feeling is that the reason that these bylaws are in place is to prevent such massive construction from happening. They need to be enforced. No variance should be considered or given. Now, there's something else that's going on across the street, and this is not really shown in the committee adjustment bylaws that we're looking at right now, but there's a massive excavation going on where they're building this bunker, like the bunker in the Goldfinger movie, under the house. It goes sub-basement, so below the basement. And this is to build.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what does this have to do with this application?
Well, it's just to get a perspective of what these people are doing.
We're not raising something on a different site. That's not what's before committee today.
It's this site, and to get a perspective of what these people are doing. They're building a full-scale underground basketball court, sports and entertainment complex, all underground. And that construction for sure is going to affect the water table and the drainage systems. And I'm sure the Friedrichson's house is going to be flooded. Like, this cannot happen. And I don't know how it could ever get been approved when it is such a massive excavation. It's unprecedented. It should not be approved, and this should stop. And this just, again, shows a reflection of the people that are doing this. That's.
I don't think there are any questions for you, so thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll go back to the agent.
Yes, back to you. Yeah.
Excuse me, can you please sit down? Okay, we're going through a hearing. Okay, everything was presented. Yes.
Thank you. The agent, do you want to respond?
Richard de Oliveira, You have been unmuted.
Yes. I'd like to respond to the comments. I think in starting with the outreach, on February 13th, we did canvass the neighborhood, and we did speak to Mr. Gregory Wheaton on that day, so he can attest to our outreach and our discussions. There were discussions about the excavation and the remedial work ongoing on site, and to my previous point, that is work that is done under permit, under the supervision of the city inspectors, structural engineering. All the approvals are in place for that remedial work. Part of the addition that we are looking at now does involve foundation work as well, and that will be under the same purview as any application within the city for drainage and water management. And we are aware of the trees and the canopy work, and we have a condition on our application which we have no issue with as well. In speaking to the length and the impact on the neighbor, specifically at 25 SCARTH, if you refer to my presentation documents, if we can start on page 8, I can refer you to the photo here. So we've got a photo in the summer of the rear of the property. So there's a lot of shrubbery and greenery. You can see that the property on the other side. So 25 SCARTH is the right side of the photo. And then I believe it's 15 SCARTH is on the left. So 15 SCARTH does overpower our lot from the rear elevation. In terms of the impact on 25, you can see the shrubbery and the greenscape that's in place. And if you go to the next page, page 9, we've got a photo in the fall. You can see even in the fall, the leaves have all fallen, the trees are bare, but there is still considerable greenery between the two properties. There's no intent and no impact on any of that landscape. The addition will be softened by this landscape. The shadowing is already present through the existing tree, which will not be impacted, and that tree has already been trimmed. So the impact is not there as part of this application. We feel that the greenery in place throughout the entire year, as you can see here, provides a softening effect to reduce that impact of a brick wall on the neighboring properties. We've also taken steps to step the addition back and to just kind of reduce that eye level and respect the neighbor's privacy at the same time. Happy to answer any further questions or address any particular matters.
Yes, okay, there is a question for you. Yes, Mr. Allison.
I just want to pull up the site plan for a moment. It's a bit of a unique lot in the sense that there's a condition created whereby it's a sort of stepping condition, if you notice. So a question for the applicant, you can look at the existing building too in a way that there's two dashed lines on the site plan that mark the proposed building depth. And you can kind of see in the existing plan, the way that the house is built, a lot of the density is built up towards the neighbor, if I'm not mistaken, to the south. And that's mainly on account of the fact that the road is also curved, right? So my question is, if the applicant is seeking a certain degree of intensification, why is the density, why is the building length being proposed on the north side of the property where you have an adjacency to the neighbors who their home is set back actually quite a bit in relation to the proposed addition, opposed to on the other side where the variance not only allows for building depths, but the issues with adjacency to the neighbor to the south are certainly mitigated by the fact that there's already quite a bit of building there on the adjacent neighbors. It's a little, it's a little, I can see where this is sort of kind of presenting some issues with respect to the kind of overall partie, but I'm just curious to know why we're flattening out the building in this respect and not positioning the density within the, because you can see where the building depth is permitted, right, on the south side of the lot. Like, they can go back quite a bit, but in relation to the neighbor, it's quite I certainly can see their concern with respect to the side main wall condition there, and the building depth, I should say. But maybe the applicant can answer.
Yeah, we took that into account on the second floor. On the ground floor, we're trying to maximize the space and usage of that space. Just in terms of a flow of the floor plan, and using the greenery and the landscaping to kind of soften that perspective from a neighboring standpoint. We have worked hard to maintain other aspects of the bylaw. Within the density field, there's no density requirement or request in keeping in line with the FSI number. Other privacy concerns we've taken into account as well, and just kind of working with the floor plan to maximize the space and minimize impact on the front elevation as well. We wanted to focus the majority of this work to the rear to gain the additional square footage that we need.
Do we know what the building length is on the south side there? Because I just say the road, that line is pretty, it skews off to the side. So I'm curious to see how that aligns with respect to the bylaw on the south side of the lot.
Just looking for any measurements on this site plan.
Yeah, but you see my point, though, with respect to the kind of the figure ground of the way that the kind of subject property sits in relation to the two adjacent properties in relationship to SCARTH Road.
Yes.
Typically, you'll see building depth pushed where the adjacent neighbor, right, is extending back. But in this case, they've actually done the opposite. They're extending on the north side where the neighbor's already set back quite a bit in relation to the neighbor 2 to the south.
I'll just make a comment about that as well if I can.
Right.
It really looks like that north side projection is driven by the sports room below. I would love to have a room of that size to stay sports, but it looks like that's really what's driving it. Has the excavation that you've been doing already, is it predicated on the fact that you will get permission to build that sports room?
No, and today's application has no bearing on that sports room.
Okay.
And I'd like to emphasize that there is precedent within the area, and particularly other curved streets within the area that have been approved with much longer length variances than our request today, with smaller lot sizes as well.
I don't necessarily have an issue with the building length. I recognize that, particularly in Rosedale, right, it's a deep lot, right? So I think these homes can, afford a little bit more depth, and there's certainly precedent for it, but it seems to be working against where we start with the fact that you have a road that is veering off in one direction, and there's a pretty clear figure, a block pattern here where the house is kind of step back with the road. It almost seems as if it would make more sense that this sports section where they require all this massing really should have been located on the adjacent side of the property. I look at the photo
I'd like to
and I
comment
can
again,
see
the sports massing,
excuse me.
that basement area has no bearing.
Excuse me.
Just let the member state his.
So and we pull up the photo, you see the adjacent neighbor. There's certainly the impact would be mitigated on the south side of the lot, given that that building extends so far back. Certainly in comparison to the neighbors at number 25, which is where the building's pulled forward.
Also comment that this is a tricky one because you have the available density on site to build the house that you're looking for. You have the room. And you're asking for only length and width, or length and width variation? What length and?
We got length and depth.
Yeah.
And so, you know, they do seem like, it's not unprecedented these would be considered minor. But we also have to consider the context in which they exist, and a curved road is unique, and its adjacency to other buildings as well. So so when you bring up, what I was trying to get to is when you bring up examples of other accepted committee decisions, they're all unique.
Yeah.
They're not,
Yeah.
The fact that someone got variation, but we understand that. But that's why I just want to communicate. Every judgment or every decision is unique, based upon the unique condition of the site.
Certainly with the larger lots as well, I would say,
Yeah.
with these larger building depths and lengths, our variances are afforded.
If I can just make a quick point here. Crescent Road, which is directly behind our property, there is a previous application that is a curved road in a similar manner, similar condition, a much narrower lot, smaller lot by far in terms of width, more or less the same length. That property received a length of 26.2 meters, where it had the same zoning of 17 meters. You know, we did use the precedent set on the street by the committee already as our imaginary boundary when working through this application. So I really want to emphasize that the precedent for length is there, of similar nature, and we have minimized the ask as much as possible to provide our clients the house that they're looking for within a lot that they're really happy with, and can give them, you know, a lot of density for the size lot. But we are hamstrung in certain aspects of this lot, and we're trying to minimize that impact as much as possible.
Any other members commenting? No? Okay.
Are we allowed to have a comment?
No, not at this point, is there? All right, we'll take this into committee for discussion here. All right.
I'll start. I think this is a complicated one, as we've heard in the discussion already. It's a huge lot, but often when we get to curved roads, I think it gets very complicated. I understand that the adjacencies, the neighbors will be affected. This is a new extension going in that will obstruct view significantly, but I do view the variances as minor because there has been some sculpting of the massing in the back. I do agree with Jordan's point that this could have been designed in a more delicate way, I think, in terms of the stepping and the angling of the structures. But I think that the fact that it does step on multiple levels goes to soften some of the impact, and it is just a couple meters different. So I'm going to be supporting it.
Any other member wish to? If not, then we can consider a motion.
I'll put forward the motion and see what happens. I move to approve the application for the reasons I stated, subject to urban forestry condition 2. But I would also like it to be tied substantially in accordance with the site plan and the north and south elevations to determine the wall formation.
Right. Is there a second motion on the table? Is there a seconder for that motion? Seeing none, that motion fails. Is there Further motion to be put forward?
I'm not gonna make a motion, but I'll make just a comment, and this relates to kind of the existing work that's going on. I don't know the scope of it, there's no photographs of it. But it looks, it sounds like in a bad faith, it sounds to me like it's bad faith, which is the application, they're doing work based, the applicant is saying it has no implication on this application, but it sounds like it may.
Although we're advised that
It
it's
may
per
have,
permit.
yeah, it may have some impact on, they did this certain approach to building permits as of right permits. And that just, but I just want to say that out loud because I don't think that should have a bearing on this, but it doesn't set a very good precedent with regard to working with your neighbors and having discussions going forward when you're trying to create a consultative process with your neighbors. So it shouldn't really have a bearing on this application, but I just wanted to communicate that was not, it doesn't seem like that was the right sequence of events to take place in my mind.
No, fair comment, yeah. I have difficulty with the building length from 17 meters to 20.65 meters, thinking of that, but that issue is kind of sticking with me. Can a further motion be brought forward? I don't know if we can do that. I suppose we wouldn't have to accept all of the variances. They could be split up.
Sure, Mr. Chair.
It is a very close call on this one with respect to the 4 tests. Generally speaking, I have an appetite for, longer building depths, especially particularly on properties this large.
Okay.
And I agree with Mr. Reed that the applicant has done a good job of mitigating, the massing at the rear via, different levels and sloping. But to my point earlier about the condition of the slope road, there is I think a pretty, there's certainly a material difference with respect to the location of the rear main wall on the adjacent neighbors on each side. And I think that where the application falls short is recognizing that condition, because you can even see it apparent in the existing condition of the building. They've actually squared out the building and bulk the massing on the side, frankly, that is more sensitive than the neighbors that are here today. And I think frankly, for that reason, context being the reason, I think it falls short of the 4 tests. But this is a close one. I would be lying if I said this was an easy decision to make. But I think in that regard, for me, it falls short of the tests. Close, but falls short.
Can I just comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have not, it took me a long time to decide on this too. Obviously, it's a deep lot. There's lots of space for a longer building.
Big lot.
Normally, I wouldn't really have a problem with this. But, and I think people have every right to build a basketball court in the basement if they want to. But in fact, that's kind of cool. I agree that I feel like it's just not sensitive to the context. And I feel like they certainly have the resources to come back with a more sensitive proposal. I think that, I don't know why the applicant didn't mention this, but I think this is a strange lot because it's actually 2 lots. And the one on the south side is narrower, so I assume that is one of the reasons why they've put more massing on the north side, which I understand. But at the same time, I feel there's a lot of resources available here to adjust this in a more sensitive way. Certainly, a certain amount of extension on the north side is understandable, and they can certainly still build their basketball court. It's in the basement, so that would have little material effect. You could just put a patio on top. Anyway, I think there's solutions to this that would be more sensitive to the neighbors, and I would hope that the next time around, the applicants would talk to their neighbors and work out a compromise. I'm hoping the neighbors would be amenable to an extension of this house because it is a deep lot and it's perfectly reasonable for it to be built more deeply, or a longer lot building. But I think that they could arrange with the neighbors to minimize the impact on the neighbors, put more of the extension on the south side and less the extension on the north side. So I feel like I've seen this before. I've seen plenty of proposals that came to committee and were rejected and came back with a much better version. And I feel now, having thought about this, that this is a case where that can easily happen. And so I'm hoping that if we reject this, it'll come back with a more sensitive proposal, one that's been worked out with the neighbors to the north. And I think that the committee would certainly be amenable to approving one that has been adapted with those concerns in mind.
I'll add one more comment.
Yes, thank you.
Also, the nature of a curved road, also to the neighbor's point of view, you have to accept stepped facades, stepped buildings. There will be shadow issues. So I think that it's also from a dialogue point of view, there's a reasonable expectation that no matter what proposal comes forward, there will be impact. Because of, just like the neighbor to the south to this property has an impact on this property, they'll have an impact on properties to the north. So I think that again, but I think that there is an opportunity to improve this application.
So anybody care to put forward a motion then on this matter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll bring a motion to refuse the application.
Yes, all right. So Dylan Reed seconds that. All right, all in favor with respect to the refusal? Okay, we have 3 to 1, I think, for them, yeah, okay.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, Peter Reed has dissented.
Has dissented, that's correct, Mr. Peter Reed has.
Okay, so we will deal with the last item from this morning's. It's item number 16.
Okay.
We did hold this item because we thought that there was a registered speaker. There isn't.
Oh, okay.
So we can go introduce the file and then deal with the application.
I know it's the last matter of the morning.
Yep.
Yes, 109 Lankin Boulevard, to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition, a rear two-story addition, a new covered front porch, an integral garage with a new driveway, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and a rear basement walkout. The existing front porch and the detached garage will be demolished. Okay, committee has before it the survey, site plans, elevations, 9 photographs of the subject property, and we have a comparables list, I presume, prepared by Cleddy Papa, owner. That was sheep. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry. So,
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, then we'll just unmute the agent.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Is the agent there for Lankin Boulevard?
Papa, can you hear us? Hello, can you hear us?
Was this person online before, Madam Secretary?
Yes.
Oh, I see, okay.
We'll try again. Yes, Papa, can you hear us? Okay, maybe we'll try calling them. Are there questions of the speaker presentation?
No.
Okay, I'll get to that.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, hi, we're hearing someone, good.
Can you just speak up a little bit?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Okay, please speak up a little louder, sir. I can hear you better then. A little louder.
Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Okay.
Good.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I thought I had the, had the mic on. My name is Cleddy Papa. I'm the owner of 109 Lankin.
Yes, good.
Okay, so do you want me to go over the reason why I'm for my request for the application?
Yeah, let's try to be concise and succinct. You've got 3 variances requested.
Yes, yes. So when I spoke to the designer, we had a few discussions regarding on the layout on how we're going to build the house, and we saw that in that neighborhood, a lot of the garages were incorporated into the building, into the house. So because there's not a lot of lot area, the lot is only 93 feet deep. If we do extend the house with the addition, there's no room for a garage in the backyard where the existing garage is right now. So we decided to incorporate the garage, like a lot of the other houses in that street have done, into the actual building. Now, the total height of the house will be under 8.5 meters, the top of the roof. But the walls are 7.8 because a portion of the living room will be on top of the garage, the new garage. And if I had kept the side walls at the permitted 7 meters, then that portion of the living room would only be 7 or just under 7 feet high. So we have to make the side walls higher and also raise the ceiling of the main floor in order to get to gain some height room in that portion of the living room that will be on top of the garage. Now, for the lot coverage, it's very minor. It's the permitted is 35%. We're only requesting 36. If you, I've also emailed a few pictures. If you guys look at the streets, you can see that over half of the houses there have been built. My next door neighbor is building a 2,600 square foot home. I will need the extra square footage because, like I said, there will be a garage inside the main floor, so I'm losing a portion of the living space to the garage. So that's why I'm asking for the addition and also the second floor. I'm not a builder. I'm going to be living in this house myself. I'm building it for me and my family. I went to school in East York, which is just a street over. This is a dream for me, a dream come true, to buy a house in this area. I've been wanting to buy a house here for like 10 years now. When I went to East York, I would take the bus from Scarborough, and just because I really like the area. So I've gone to great lengths to get my line of credit so I can have the funds to complete this project. Again, the house right now is not livable. It's not livable, and it's very small for a house for a family.
Yes.
That's why I'm requesting for the addition, which is I'm not requesting for something that hasn't been done in the area before. Like I said, almost half the houses have been built to 2,000 plus square feet. And with the addition and also a second floor.
What would your square footage be? Like I'm noticing the FSI, there's a big jump there, although you're saying part of that's going to be an integral garage. So sorry, anticipated square feet for your dwelling?
So the new building will have 2,009 square meters. So that's over 2,000 square feet. That's over 2,000 square feet.
Yeah, 2,000 square feet. Yeah. Okay, that's better. It's pretty big. All right.
We're all moving in there.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? No. All right. All right, sir, so I'll just ask you to stand by. We have no other, yeah, okay. Members,
Can I s-
any questions? You want to go right to motion? Yes.
Can I say something else, please?
Okay.
Sorry. Just another point. There's another house that's being built right now, one street west of me, so one street west of Lankin, on Durant and Plains in the corner. That house, the side walls there, it's only 150 meters from my house. That house, the side walls are 8.5 meters high. 8.5 meters. I'm only requesting for 7.8.
Yeah, I don't know if we're in the same zone, but anyway, okay. Yes, don't know, no question, all right. Well, members, I'll put forward a motion that we approve the application, subject to the urban forestry condition, and I'm not sure if there's any others. I think that's it, okay. So, there it is, at least one motion put forward, yes, all right.
I just wanted to second this and say that, yeah, it's really minor. I mean, the forest space index is a bit higher, but it's a small lot, so it seems entirely reasonable. It's a well thought out and modest proposal. The other variances are really minor, so I second the motion.
With that condition, all right, all in favor then on this matter? Okay, we have, Mr. Cogan, you're in favor, all right.
Oh, sorry.
So I think you have unanimous approval. It's approved, sir. Your application is approved, and that's our morning session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone, it's 20 to 2.
Through you,
Yep.
Mr. Chair, so we're breaking now at 1:42.
Yes?
Okay, we'll take a full hour lunch, okay, and we'll be back at 2:42.
2:42. We've got.
Thank you.
Oh my, yes.